Chapter 45-49. Ignorant brat, let me deal with you personally. It will be your honor. Chongqing walked out. As he walked out, 3,000 das surged under his feet, looking like 3,000 great das. This number was extraordinary. The law energy in Chongqing's body surged continuously. He was almost a late-stage holy venerate. This fellow was even stronger than before. Lung Feng frowned. Even if Lung Feng wanted to make a move, it would be a bitter battle. In fact, Lung Feng was only 50% confident of defeating the other party. If he let Lin Xian make a move now, how confident would he be? Less than 50%. This fellow hid his strength earlier. Bing Wei's lips curled up in a smile. It looked like there was no more suspense in this battle. 3,000 Long River. Peak cultivation. Chongqing was indeed a powerful expert. The people outside sighed in amazement. The Long River Sect's people smiled coldly as they looked at the Profound Heaven Pavilion. The Profound Heaven Pavilion's people also frowned heavily. Sword dance. They felt extremely anxious. Elder, send a voice projection to Lin Gongzi. Don't let him fight. That's right. The Long River Sect will definitely try to kill him. If Lin Gongzi loses, he might die. The other elders also looked over. However, Jian Wuk took a deep breath. Very soon, you will see that his strength is far beyond your imagination. Jian Wuk did not say anything else. Instead, he looked forward to it. Just wait. Wait for Lin Xian to show off his brilliance. Lin Xian felt the terrifying law energy from the other party and nodded slightly. The other party was indeed very strong. He was much stronger than the others that Lin Xian had seen. He was still not a match for Lin Xian. Chongqing's serious expression attracted the mockery of the surrounding people. Bing Wei shook her head and smiled coldly. This fellow did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Making a move now was not a wise choice. Indeed, when Chongqing heard that, his expression turned completely cold. The killing intent in his eyes materialized into a sword that pierced through the sky. Foolish ant. Soon, you will not be able to remain arrogant. The sword formed by Chongqing's gaze directly flew out. Terrifying law energy circled it as it pierced through the sky. Even a middle stage holy king would not be able to block this attack. He would be torn to shreds. Countless people cried out in alarm. They were hoping that Lin Xian would be fast enough to dodge this attack. However, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, he extended a hand and grabbed forward. What an idiot. Many people sneered. Could it be that Yi Futian really thought that he had the strength to contend against Chongqing? Boom! An earth-shattering sound erupted between heaven and earth. Countless cracks spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. Everyone thought that Lin Xian would have ceased to exist under that attack, or that he would have been torn apart. It's over. Bing Wei shook her head. The other experts also sighed. They were too weak. Lung Feng's face was cold. He pulled out the long saber on his back and was ready to attack. Suddenly he froze. No way. Lung Feng's face was filled with shock. The smiles on the faces of the others also disappeared. They saw a golden palm reach out from the cracks that filled the sky. It shone with boundless radiance, completely unharmed. The sharp gaze arrow was caught by the golden palm. It was like a fish, unable to escape at all. I told you, you are not strong enough to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's voice rang out. He exerted force in his palm, and the sharp gaze arrow shattered into pieces, falling from his fingers. This guy actually managed to block it. Has his physique already reached such a level? Countless people exclaimed. The experts of the Long River Sect could not believe it. The people of the Xiantian Pavilion also exclaimed. Elder Golden Light's face was filled with shock. He looked at Jian Wuk and asked, could this guy have the legendary physique of the universe? The difference in cultivation between the two of them was too great. Other than the immemorial imperial physique, only the legendary physiques could block it. However, he did not know which physique Yi Fuqian was. Jian Wuk smiled. That's right, it is indeed the legendary physique. As for the specifics, you will know when you continue watching. The elder of the Golden Light sect was very displeased. You're still keeping us in suspense. However, he was also filled with anticipation. He did not know what kind of power this guy would display next. Why, is this your strength? I don't deserve to be arrogant. Lin Xian looked forward and smiled faintly. Chongqing's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He could not believe that Yi Fuqian was qualified to block his attack. The laws around his body bloomed with a dazzling light. He took a step forward and shouted coldly, "Good kid, so you have been hiding your strength and even cultivated a powerful body refinement technique. However, so what if you have cultivated the Zhang 6 golden body? You are still not my match." The 3,000-long river seemed to have come alive as it rushed over. It was too terrifying. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Once again, they were worried for Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not afraid. He stretched out his palm and divine flames surged into the sky, forming a golden crow that swept in all directions. Boom! 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 He punched out and collided with the 3,000-long river. A terrifying power surged. The battle was extremely intense. He blocked it. He really blocked it. The Zhang 6 golden body elder was extremely excited. He looked at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a treasure. Yi Fuqian's physique was really too strong. It surprised him. Chongqing's face was cold. Yi Fuqian was actually able to contend with him and not be at a disadvantage. Damn it. 3,000 as one. Suddenly he let out a roar. His biting, cold voice spread out in all directions. The 3,000-long river quickly merged, forming a long river that was eternal and unique. Accompanying it was an extremely terrifying power of laws. It seemed to have turned into a peerless divine sword, causing countless people to be terrified. Slash! The long river descended from the sky and destroyed everything. Its aura made people's hair stand on end. Countless people were terrified. It was too powerful. This was the ultimate technique of the Long River sect. When Chongqing used it, it was really terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian naturally felt a sense of danger. It was very powerful, but so what? He roared, and the smile on his face disappeared. The 9-yang divine body was completely released as he punched out. It was like a sun between heaven and earth, charging forward. A dazzling light illuminated the entire ancient land. No one could open their eyes. Elder Golden Light's pupils constricted. What a terrifying power. It was like the light of the sun. Could it be the legendary 9-yang divine body? Boom! 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 The power shook the sky. With a punch, it destroyed everything. The only long river was sent flying. It was covered with cracks. The vast sea swept across the sky. Chongqing was also sent flying. Heavens, what a terrifying power. Was he really just an early-stage Saint King? What kind of physique was that? How could it be so terrifying? The spectators outside were in an uproar, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. The experts of the Long River sect also couldn't believe it. They were very confident in Chongqing's strength. How could he be sent flying? One of the great saints said coldly, his eyes bursting with terrifying light. Could it be the legendary divine body? Chapter 4550. The divine body of 9-yang, a body of pure yang. It was rumored to be a very powerful body. Who would have thought that it would appear now? Hearing the great saint's words, the surrounding people were in an uproar. No wonder this kid was so strong. He had a super strong body. Many envious voices sounded. The people of Xiantian Pavilion were also very surprised. With such a body, his future achievements would be limitless. In the ancient land, Chongqing's expression became very ugly. Bing Wei also said, "Be careful. This guy's body is very unusual. It might be the legendary divine body." Divine body? Chongqing's eyes shone fiercely. So what? Kid, if you were at the same level as me, I would turn around and run. Unfortunately, you just entered the Saint King realm, and I'm about to enter the late stage of the Saint King realm. Even if you have a divine body, I will suppress you today. The palm continued to close in, and the single river once again transformed into 3,000 rivers, which swirled around him and fused with him, just like War Armor Class 1. Not only that, but the power in his body also gave off an incomparable aura. Although I don't have the Taigo Imperial body, and my body is not as strong as your divine body, my attainments in divine powers and the Great Path are not something you can imagine. Now, I will let you feel my divine powers and precepts. Terrifying power spread out in all directions. It was indeed much stronger than before. Countless people were amazed. The people of the Long River sect also laughed. Indeed, Chongqing's talent in divine powers and profound meanings was rare. It could definitely make up for the difference in physique. More importantly, his cultivation level was much higher than his opponent's. So, it was not certain who would win this battle. The 3,000 rivers are all under my control. What do you have to fight me? Chongqing waved his hand again as soon as he finished speaking. Terrifying power surged and formed a cage in an instant, trapping Lin Xian within. Lin Xian struck out with a terrifying fist. He turned into a golden crow and fought back. Useless kid. Chongqing huffed coldly. He also used his trump card. Lin Xian was definitely not his match. As the long river surged, the sky and the earth cracked, causing the spectators to continuously retreat. Even Lung Feng was shocked. Lin Xian still had such a secret technique? This was truly beyond his expectations. Man Ruler Seal. Lin Xian huffed coldly. Man Ruler Seal, he slapped out and shattered Chongqing's attack. Chongqing roared, and his 3,000 clones returned to the Celestial Kingdom. 3,000 phantoms ran between the heavens and the earth, connecting with each other. Each of the phantoms formed a seal, and there was a vast surging power, like the sound of the heavens. It was as if the Celestial Kingdom. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The other party's divine ability and nomological laws were indeed very powerful. However, it was time to end this round. The ancient demonic mountain and Celestial Kingdom. The Man Ruler Seal swept through the 3,000 doppelgangers. His divine body was pushed to the extreme, and both sides fought fiercely. Bang! Bang! After an intense collision, Lin Xian retreated. His face was pale, but his gaze was even sharper. On the other side, the 3,000 doppelgangers split apart. Chongqing's body fell from the sky and was suppressed by the immemorial demonic mountain. The laws of divine abilities were indeed very strong, but that was all there was to it. Lin Xian stood on the primordial demon mountain and looked down. Chongqing, Celestial Xian. The people who were watching the battle outside were stunned. The people of the Eternal River sect couldn't believe it. Damn it, was the divine body so powerful? Lin Xian was only at the early stage of the Saint King realm. If he reached the late stage of the Saint King realm, how powerful would he be? They couldn't imagine. A Supreme Saint sighed and looked at Frostfeather Hall. It's the end. Let's do it. The old woman nodded. Then she formed a seal and sent a note in. Inside, Bing Wei heard the news. She took a deep breath. Her eyes flashed coldly and she slapped out. An icy wind shot out and danced in the air as it charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's divine fire turned into a golden crow and fought against it. In the end, he flew down from the ancient demonic mountain and attacked Bing Wei. Chongqing used the 3,000 rivers and blasted open the ancient demonic mountain. Damn it! He roared at the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was too embarrassing. He was defeated by a newcomer in front of tens of thousands of strong cultivators. It was truly a loss of face. He said, "Let's work together. This is the final moment. Kill all the people of the Xiantian Pavilion. This ancient land will be ours." That's right. Bing Wei also walked out. The ice on her body made her look like a goddess of ice. It seemed that the final battle was about to begin. Countless people were surprised. Lung Feng stood out. Do you think the Xiantian Pavilion is afraid of you? Lin Xian was even stronger than Chongqing. He could deal with Bing Wei without any problem. They still had the advantage. But soon their advantage was gone. After Chongqing and Bing Wei, another man walked out. This person also had a terrifying cold aura around him. It was another person from Frostfeather Hall. His name was Hanyu. He was also a terrifying expert of the middle generation. 3 against 2. It would be dangerous. Many people exclaimed. The people of the Xiantian Pavilion also frowned. They would be suppressed, but they still had a chance. Even if they couldn't win, they could escape unscathed. With just you? I'm not afraid, even if there's one more person. Lung Feng roared angrily. The saber light on his body was biting cold. It was time to go all out. Chongqing sneered. Why do you think it's 2 against 3? Are you confident? You're so naive. Do you think the Long River sect only has this little trump card? If there's one more person, can you still resist? Is there anyone else? The surrounding people were all stunned. Does the Long River sect still have experts? The people of the Xiantian Pavilion frowned. They looked at the Long River sect. What are you doing? Are you bluffing? The elder of the Long River sect sneered. You'll find out soon. This time, everyone from the Xiantian Pavilion will be eliminated. No one will be able to enter. As soon as he finished speaking, the stalwart man who had been silent all this time walked out. He was an expert from the Battle King Peak. He was like a god of war who had been watching the battle silently. At this moment he moved. He walked forward and stood beside Chongqing. What? Countless people were stunned. They couldn't believe it. The Battle King Peak had joined forces with the Long River sect? What was going on? For experts against 2. This was a complete suppression. It was over. This time, the Xiantian Pavilion was really finished. These 4 experts, in addition to the Dark Horse Battle King Feng, were equivalent to 5 against 2. It could be said that the pressure was very great. Lin Xian's side was in danger. Damn it. When did you make a move? The elder of the Xiantian Pavilion roared. Jian Wuk also frowned. Their information was that the Frostfeather Hall had joined forces with the other party, but they didn't expect the Battle King Peak to join forces with them. Chapter 45-51. The surrounding people were stunned. The 3 overlords were actually working together to deal with Xiantian Pavilion. Xiantian Pavilion would definitely lose this time. In the ancient land, Xiantian Pavilion only had Lin Xian and Lung Feng. No matter how the 2 of them fought against the 5 of them, they had no chance of winning. Thinking of the situation that Lin Xian and the others were about to face, they all felt a chill run down their spine. Many people felt their scalps go numb. So this is their true trump card. Jian Wuk frowned. Jian Wu, Jian Shisan, and the other youngsters were completely stunned. They felt despair. In the ancient land, the man from Battle King Peak was called Feng Zhan. He said loudly, Lung Feng, take your men and leave. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. Lung Feng also said, I didn't expect you to work together with them. Where's your pride? The people from Battle King Peak were extremely arrogant and disdained to work together with others. Hence, Lung Feng didn't expect such a situation. Feng Zhan shook his head. Nothing is absolute in this world. They gave me an offer that I couldn't refuse. All right, I can let Lung Feng go. As for this brat, I want him to die. Chongqing stared at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with killing intent. Previously, he had lost to Lin Xian in front of everyone. He couldn't accept it. He had to kill Lin Xian to prove himself. Lung Feng's expression changed. Damn it, how dare you? Aren't you afraid that Xiantian Pavilion will attack you? One had to know that defeating and killing were 2 different concepts. Lung Feng, get lost quickly. Otherwise, I will kill you too. Chongqing roared, his eyes filled with terrifying killing intent. You want to kill me? Just you. Is this your final trump card? What a joke! I thought it was a powerful trump card. Lin Xian's laughter resounded in the area. The surrounding people were stunned. Is this madness before death? I think this brat has gone crazy from despair. That's right. If such a lineup isn't desperate, what kind of trump card does he have? This is a scene of certain death. You are still laughing when you are about to die. You are really hopeless. Bing Wei snorted. Lin Xian ignored her. He looked at Lung Feng and said, I will give you 2 people. You don't have to defeat them. You just have to ensure that you are not injured. What about the remaining 3 people? Lung Feng asked. Lin Xian said proudly, leave the remaining 3 to me. I will let them know what true despair is. You want to fight 1 against 3. Lung Feng exclaimed. Countless people were stupefied. Was this brat speaking the truth? Chongqing laughed loudly. Bingwei, did you hear that? What did he say? He wanted to fight 1 against 3. Brat, even if the weakest 3 were given to you, you still wouldn't be able to defeat them. Not to mention 3. Even 2 people would be enough to completely suppress you. I've said it before. Your trump cards are nothing in front of me. Do you think you're strong just because you've joined hands today? I will let you know the consequences of offending me. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Then he said, leave these 3 to me. As for the other 2, you can deal with them yourself. After he finished speaking, his large hand swept across the sky and slapped forward. This move enveloped Chongqing, Bingwei, and Fengzhan. These were the 3 strongest people. You're courting death. Bing was slightly angry. Was the other party looking down on her? Fengzhan's face also darkened. I want to see how arrogant you are. Chongqing laughed loudly. Stupid ant, I'll kill you in 1 move. As soon as the 3 of them finished speaking, a terrifying power soared into the sky and attacked the palm in the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and countless large cracks spread out. The people in the distance were stunned when they saw the scene. Were they really going to fight? Many people closed their eyes, not daring to see Lin Xian's end. Was there still hope? The elders of Xiantian Pavilion also sighed. Lin Xian was strong and could defeat Chongqing. He also had a divine body, but unfortunately he was facing 3 experts this time. Whether it was Bingwei or Fengzhan, they were not weaker than Chongqing. If Lin Xian's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Saint King realm, he would definitely have the strength to fight. But it was still too early now. Not good. Lung Feng saw this scene and wanted to intervene, but in the end, another expert from Ice Feather Palace and the Dark Horse from Battle King Peak stopped him. Your opponent is us. The aura from the 2 of them was equally terrifying. Lung Feng's face was cold. Even he felt pressured when facing 2 experts, let alone Lin Xian, who was facing 3 people. In front, Bingwei and the other 2 completely surrounded Lin Xian. They released their laws, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian stood there and felt the pressure around him, but the corner of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. The 3 of them were indeed strong. When the 3 of them joined forces, it was even more terrifying. They had already surpassed Zhang Songsheng and the other 2. But so what? Back then, the Holy Heaven's old ancestor had not been able to kill him, let alone the 3 of them. Kid, you should be proud that you can die in our hands. Chongqing said coldly. Indeed, it was a great honor for Lin Xian to be attacked by the 3 experts. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. Do you really think that the 3 of you can kill me? I'll give you a chance to scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You're courting death. Hurry up and attack. The 3 of them released their laws. Lin Xian snorted as well. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly as if he had turned into a sun war god. Powerful energy surged out in an instant. When the 3 of them felt the energy, their faces changed. Especially Chongqing, who was extremely shocked. He realized that his current power was even stronger than when he had fought with Lin Xian previously. In other words, Lin Xian did not use his full strength when he fought with Lin Xian previously. Damn it! How strong is Lin Xian now? Let's go. At this moment, Feng Zhan attacked. He punched out, and the wind blades that filled the sky gathered on his fist. He then slammed it forward. This palm was called the Divine Wind Palm. This was War King Peak's ultimate skill. The people in the distance exclaimed. This ability was extremely terrifying. With a single palm, the wind and clouds of the 9 heavens changed. It could instantly destroy a world. Bing Wei also attacked. Her palms formed a seal, and 2 ice phoenixes appeared, intertwining with each other. They attacked Lin Xian from 2 different directions. The sky was filled with ice, freezing the surroundings. The ice laws could freeze everything. Go to hell, kid. Changqing also attacked. The 3,000 rivers turned into one, circling around his palm as he slammed it out. The 3 top-notch fighters struck out at Lin Xian at that moment. If Lin Xian could not withstand it, he would be instantly turned into ashes. It's over. This battle is over. The person in the distance sighed. The people of the Eternal River sect sneered. He was proud enough to be famous in the world, even though he had fallen from today onwards. It was a pity for such a genius. The experts of the Frost Feather Hall also sighed. The people of the Xiantian Pavilion gritted their teeth. Damn it. The 2 great saints also looked gloomy, and their eyes were emitting a biting, cold, killing intent. They did not attack because the other 3 sects also had great saints. If they attacked, the flames of war would be even greater. When the time came, there would be no end to it. They could only say that they were not prepared enough to let the 3 sects join forces. Chapter 4552. Lin Xian took a deep breath in the face of the 3's attacks. He stopped smiling. In the next moment, he attacked the wind god palm with his man-ruler seal. Boom! He exerted the power of his divine body to the extreme. Like a man-ruler, he struck out with his palm, extinguishing the storm in the sky. When the 2 collided, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The wind god palm was instantly suppressed and became dim. Boom! After a moment of stalemate, the wind god palm was shattered. Feng Zhan retreated, his face pale. How is this possible? He couldn't believe that his full strength attack couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. What kind of palm was that just now? It was like a celestial emperor had descended with boundless dominance. After repelling Feng Zhan, Lin Xian condensed countless laws in his left hand, forming a sword chi that slashed at the 2 ice phoenixes. The sword slashed out, the sky fell, and the earth cracked. The ice and sword chi of the 2 ice phoenixes collided, creating a loud sound. Countless amounts of frost attempted to seal the sword chi. However, the might of this sword chi was simply too strong. The sword chi was incomparably sharp and could destroy everything. The 2 ice phoenixes were split apart by the sword. Fairy Bing Wei was also sent flying, vomiting blood. Her face was full of shock. In the blink of an eye, the 2 experts were injured and retreated, leaving only Changqing. Facing the terrifying palm, Lin Xian didn't attack. The golden light in his eyes burst out, forming endless runes. Are you arrogant? Are you strong? But you can't even withstand a single blow from me. Actually, you're just an ant. Lin Xian's soul attack rushed into the opponent's mind, causing his confidence to collapse. Ah! Changqing roared crazily as if he had gone mad. He also vomited blood. The surrounding people were stunned. Facing the top attacks of 3 experts, this was a scene of certain death. Lin Xian only threw out a punch, a sword, and a gaze, and it was enough to destroy the situation. This was simply heaven-defying. Damn it, I'm not dreaming, am I? Countless people exclaimed. The Eternal River sect's experts' pupils shrank. Impossible, how did he do it? The people of the Ice Palace also sucked in a cold breath. That sword was too sharp. Didn't he have a divine body? How could he be an unparalleled swordsman? Could a person be proficient in two divine arts? No, it wasn't just two. There was a final gaze. A single glance was enough to cause Chongqing to collapse. This was definitely a soul attack. This person actually possessed 3 ultimate techniques. It was truly inconceivable. At this moment, the great sage's eyes also exploded with a piercingly cold light as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Supreme, Saint Darkfeather laughed. What a sure death situation. What an exceptional genius. He sneered. Geniuses were geniuses, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. They were incomparable to others. The faces of the great saints of the other sects turned cold. Those youngsters, on the other hand, were in complete disbelief. In the face of such an attack, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to retaliate. Little did they know that although Lin Xian had only used 3 moves, they were the combination of his mystiques and ultimate techniques. Physique, sword art, and eye technique were all his strongest attacks. Therefore, defeating 3 powerful opponents in 3 moves was completely within his expectations. It's too early for you to be happy. Long River Sec's old Zhang snorted coldly. Although he had defeated the 3 of them, they still had the strength to fight. What that brat used just now should be his strongest technique, right? How many times could he use that kind of technique? Victory and defeat were decided. In the ancient land, Feng Zhan sighed. I've really underestimated you. The power of the divine body is indeed worthy of its reputation. However, the 3 of us still have many trump cards and ultimate techniques that we haven't used yet. So, you should be prepared to face despair. With an angry roar, he charged forward. He was also an expert in close combat. His physique was very strong, and he cultivated the Battle King Peak's ultimate treasure body. Bingwei and Chongqing were the same. They also charged forward. Lin Xian snorted coldly without fear. He used the 10 ultimate swords with one hand and formed a powerful fist with the other. At the same time, his eyes opened and closed, causing one's soul to tremble. Kill! Lin Xian attacked. He punched out, destroying everything. That fist seemed to have turned into a peerless sun, bringing with it unparalleled power. Another sword slash destroyed heaven and earth. Lin Xian's sword chi didn't stop. It turned into the sharpest divine sword, and nothing could stop it. As for his soul eye technique, when his gaze swept across everyone's soul, it was as if it was about to split open. They withstood the immense pressure. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Xian took the initiative to attack. The first to collapse was Chongqing. His soul was once again severely injured. He spat out blood and flew backward. Then he was cut in half by the sword chi. Feng Zhan retreated again. At this moment, his body turned into a bloody mist. In front of the powerful divine body, his ultimate treasure body couldn't withstand a single blow. Ice Phoenix condensed a sky full of frost, trying to freeze the sword light that was coming over. However, she failed. This sword strike turned her arms into nothingness. The 3 of them had been defeated previously, and this time, the 3 of them were seriously injured. The battle was very fast. It seemed to have ended in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian stood there, as if he hadn't used all his strength. Damn it! What kind of sword technique are you cultivating? Ice Phoenix gritted her teeth and roared. She felt that it wasn't any weaker than the 9-yang divine body. It was definitely a legendary sword technique. And that eye technique, although it wasn't deliberately targeted at them, it still made their hair stand on end. They knew that the other party was unfathomable. Perhaps only a late-stage expert could suppress him. The others couldn't. They had lost this battle. They smiled bitterly. They couldn't accept it, but that was the truth. We lost this battle. We won't go to our destination. Bing Wei shook her head. On the other side, Lung Feng also stopped. The other 2 didn't attack anymore. They were already scared out of their wits. Lung Feng was also extremely shocked. Previously, he thought that Lin Xian wasn't strong enough. Later, he recognized Lin Xian's strength. Later, he was worried about Lin Xian. Now he was completely stunned. Fortunately, he didn't really fight with Lin Xian that day. Otherwise, he would have lost miserably. Looking at the retreating figures of these people, Lin Xian said coldly, "You can leave, but I can't." Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed at Chongqing. Chongqing's soul was severely injured. At this moment, he couldn't resist at all. He was instantly grabbed and pressed to the ground. Bing Wei's expression changed. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Xian snorted. "What do you think I'm trying to do? He wanted to kill me before. Naturally, I can't let him live. If you kill him, you won't be afraid of those great saints outside, right?" Feng Zhan was also shocked. This guy is crazy. Although he was defeated, he was still a top expert. He still had a long way to go. If he died now, how could the Long River sect let this matter go? "Ancestor, save me." Chongqing cried for help in horror. The elders of the Long River sect, outside, shouted angrily, "How dare you!" A great saint waved his hand and grabbed at the ancient land in front of him. However, at this moment, the sky full of lotuses condensed into a sky screen and blocked that hand. The lotus ancestor laughed. "Why? Do you want to fight? Have you forgotten the rules? Previously, when the three of you surrounded Lin Xian, we followed the rules and didn't attack. Now that you want to attack, it's impossible." Chapter 4553. Damn it, how dare you stop me? The great sage of the Long River sect roared. The great sage of the Dark Feather sect also walked out. "So what if I'm stopping you? Come and fight me if you're not convinced." His body emitted a terrifying killing intent. "I'm not afraid of you." The great sage of the Long River sect wanted to join forces with the other two great sages to counterattack. However, at this moment, a roar came from the ancient palace. They all turned their heads, and their pupils shrank, because Chongqing was already dead. Lin Xian had destroyed his soul with a single slash. There was no chance of him coming back to life. Damn it! The great sage of the Long River sect roared. How dare he make a move? Bing Wei and the others were also stunned. Their faces were filled with fear. "Lin Gongzi, we've offended you before. We hope you can spare our lives." Feng Zhan also lowered his head. "Indeed, we were wrong. Please forgive us." The surrounding people were stunned. The two experts actually lowered their heads and admitted their mistakes. It was unbelievable. When they saw that Chongqing's soul had been destroyed, they all knew that this was a terrifying expert with terrifying methods. If they lowered their heads and submitted to him, they might have a chance to live. If they continued to be arrogant, they might end up like Chongqing. Lin Xian looked at these people and said coldly, "If you're willing to submit, I can spare your lives. However, I have to cut off one of your arms and hand over your storage rings. Are you willing?" These people were shocked. The storage rings were their blood, sweat, and tears. However, compared to their lives, they could only grit their teeth and nod. Very good. Lin Xian kept their storage rings and then waved his sword. It turned into sword chi and cut off their arms. "I'll spare you this time. If you dare to go against me again, I can guarantee that you'll end up worse than this guy." The few of them took a deep breath and quickly left. In fact, it was easy for Lin Xian to kill these people. However, he did not do so, because he was thinking about the future. Now that he had offended the Long River sect, the great sage would definitely be hostile to him. If he killed the other two sects, then all the overlords would be hostile to him. That would be very disadvantageous to him and the Xiantian pavilion. Therefore, Lin Xian's son killed Chongqing and spared the experts from the other two sections. Presumably, the great sages of those two sects would not continue to attack. As expected, in the distance, the Eternal River sect roared loudly. However, the two great saints from the Ice Rain Palace and the War King Peak came over to persuade them. He had no intention of making a move. The people of the Eternal River sect were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Damn it, didn't we agree to join hands? Why aren't they attacking now? The surrounding people were also amazed. It seemed that the final winner was Xiantian Pavilion. At this moment, only Lin Xian and Lung Feng could stand in the center of the ancient land. Lung Feng could not believe that such a thing had happened. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked forward with big strides. Finally, he arrived at the center. There was a lake there. An extremely mysterious aura was emitted from it. Lin Xian walked in directly and began to absorb the energy inside. Lung Feng came back to his senses and did not dare to delay. He also walked in. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The energy inside was very large and was very beneficial to one's comprehension of the Great Tao. Lung Feng was comprehending here. Lin Xian was the same. He wanted to absorb as much as possible. The great dragon sword spirit was also absorbing the energy here quickly. Lin Xian's strength was steadily increasing. His greatest comprehension was also getting stronger. A month later, Lung Feng came out. He had reached his limit and could not take it anymore. He sighed. Fate had come to an end. He could only leave. He realized that Lin Xian did not seem to have come out yet. He wondered how long this guy could stay here. One had to know that staying here for one more day meant one more day of opportunity. The people outside were also waiting. When they saw Lung Feng come out, they were all discussing. Lin Xian had not come out yet. They wondered how strong he was this time. Those people from the Xiantian Pavilion were also surprised. Would he break through directly? If so, it would be too shocking. The elder from the Golden Light shook his head slightly. It was not that easy. What he cultivated was the divine body. The amount of energy he needed was far greater than the other physiques. Indeed, the power of the divine body was many times that of other people. The power it needed was naturally many times more than other people. Although he could not break through, his strength would definitely increase greatly compared to before. Outside, Bing Wei and the others were shocked. Previously, the other party was already able to fight 3 of them alone. After coming out, wouldn't it be even easier? In the ancient land, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He did feel that his physique and laws had become stronger. This made him happy. Lin Xian continued to push the great dragon sword spirit, allowing him to absorb even faster. The entire ancient land formed a huge vortex and surged towards the great dragon sword spirit. That's great. I wonder how much I can improve this time. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura came from below and slashed towards the great dragon sword spirit. The great dragon sword spirit swayed, and sword chi pierced through heaven and earth. What was going on? Lin Xian was also shocked. He slowed down the speed of absorption, and the terrifying aura weakened. Was someone stopping him from absorbing so quickly? Who was it? He used the heavenly secret divine eye and looked down. He discovered that there was an even more mysterious aura under the ground. Let's take a look. Lin Xian used sword chi to tear open the ground and walk down. He didn't know how long he had flown, but he seemed to have arrived in hell. At this moment, there was an extremely terrifying pressure around him. He saw that there was an even more terrifying great Tao and power under the ground. It was dozens or even hundreds of times more than above. However, he didn't dare to absorb it because there were many coffins below. There were a total of 10. Each of them had an ancient aura and were wrapped in endless great Tao. There was actually someone buried under the ancient land. Who was it? He had never heard of it before. Moreover, it seemed that it was very old. Could it be that it was because he had absorbed too much power with the great dragon sword spirit? That was why the coffins were attacking. Thinking of this, his hair stood on end. At this moment, he took a few steps back. He felt as if there was a pair of extremely terrifying eyes staring at him. Although none of the coffins were opened, the feeling was very real. He couldn't be wrong. Was the person inside still alive? His scalp went numb, and he instantly retreated. As he rose into the air, he felt the pressure slowly weaken. Finally, he returned to the ground again. He heaved a sigh of relief, now that his physique had become stronger than before, and his dragon soul had also been improved. If he stayed here any longer, there would be unknown danger. Therefore, Lin Xian also prepared to come out. His figure flickered, and he left the ancient land. The people outside were all waiting. When they saw Lin Xian come out, they heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally come out. He wondered how strong this brat was. Countless people looked at Lin Xian's figure flying over with envy in their eyes. Chapter 4554. You finally came out. Jian Wuk and the others also went up to welcome him. The people of the Long River sect looked over with cold expressions. Their genius had already fallen. How despicable. One of the elders said coldly, "Kid, keep a low profile in the future. Otherwise, if you continue to be arrogant, you might fall at any time." This was a threat that made one's hair stand on end. Lin Xian didn't care at all. Let's see who dares to touch him. Old ancestor Dark Feather also snorted coldly. A powerful sage aura swept across the surroundings. Then the two great sages waved their hands. "Let's go." They soared into the sky. Damn it! The people of the Long River sect gritted their teeth. Their great sage said, "Go investigate everything about this kid for me." They had to figure it out. Obviously, they wouldn't let this matter rest. Lin Xian and the others returned to the Xiantian Pavilion and held a banquet. This was a victory that belonged to the Xiantian Pavilion. This time, they had actually defeated the three great sections. Of course, all of this was thanks to Lin Xian. Those sages who didn't go were also surprised when they heard the news. This Lin Xian was actually so powerful. He was simply like a god. Countless people came over to congratulate them. Those people looked at Lin Xian differently. Although he was a newcomer, he was a genius that was even more top-notch than Lung Feng. Lung Feng also came over and apologized first. Previously, he was too rude to Lin Xian. At the same time, he thanked him. It was all thanks to Lin Xian that he had the chance to be tempered by the ancient land. Lin Xian smiled and said, "You're too polite. We're all from the Xiantian Pavilion. Naturally, we have to help each other." Yes, that's right. These people clenched their fists, their faces filled with excitement. When he was free, Lin Xian found Jian Wuk and asked, "Senior, what's so magical about this ancient land? Are there other people living inside?" He was very shocked by those ancient coffins. Jian Wuk said, "This place is very mysterious. Every 100 years, we only work together to open it once. At other times, it's sealed and no one can enter. It's even more impossible for someone to live there. There were some legends everywhere. Some said that a great battle had taken place here. There were also people who said that in the past, this was the place where some peerless experts had lived. Even the young great emperor had been there. However, no one knew exactly what it was. Lin Xian asked, "Did no one investigate? Whether it was the Dark Sky Pavilion, the Long River sect, or the other top sects, they all had great sages. And there was more than one of them. If these great sages joined forces, they should be able to sweep through everything." Jian Wuk said, "Naturally, he did, but he didn't find anything. In fact, back in the day, there was a great sage who tried to force his way through, only to be severely injured. It was a narrow escape. Ever since then, the great sages had been in awe of that place. They only let the younger generation compete for the limelight, but they never took a step inside. A great sage had been severely injured. Lin Xian was shaken. Presumably, it was the aura emanating from the ancient coffin beneath the earth. Fortunately, he did not act rashly back then. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Shaking his head, Lin Xian did not think about this matter anymore. The other elders also walked over. "Little guy, you're not ordinary. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, you can ask me anytime." "That's right. I also want to spar with you." The elder from the Golden Light sect also walked over. As for the legendary divine body, he also wanted to see its power. Lin Xian looked at these experts and smiled. Then, I will disturb all of you in the future. After the banquet ended, Lin Xian rested for 3 days. Then he started to visit the elders. These elders were all very strong. Many of them were at the peak of the sage realm. Lin Xian learned a lot from sparring with such people. Morning. Lin Xian got up and talked about the Tao of the sword with Jianwuk. The sword qi on their bodies clashed continuously. Lin Xian's sword was sharp and could cut through everything. Jianwuk's sword qi walked a different path. It was very light and agile, like an antelope hanging its horn, ethereal and traceless. These were two completely different Tao of the sword. At this moment, the two of them were fighting. Jianwuk suppressed his cultivation. When the two of them fought, the swordsmen were stunned. Jianwuk was too strong. He could actually compete with Elder Wuk's Tao of the sword. One had to know that Jianwuk's sword skills were very strong. Although he was only a late-stage Sage King, he could fight against a peak Sage King. He was a top swordsman. There were very few people who could compete with him in the Tao of the sword. Lin Xian also felt a lot. Next, he found the elder from the Golden Light sect to spar with his body. The elder from the Golden Light sect was very excited. Little guy, let's not use the laws. As he spoke, he sealed his cultivation and laws. Lin Xian did the same. The two of them used the power of their bodies to spar and fought for 3 days and 3 nights. It was very carefree. He had never fought so happily before. The elder with the golden body looked up to the sky and laughed. Although he was an old man, there were no wrinkles on his face, other than his white hair. He looked no different from a young man, especially the other party's body. It was too strong. It was like a Vajra had descended. Your little guy is too extraordinary. Jianwuk's sword is too strong. There are very few people in the Sage King realm who can compete with my body, but you can do it alone. It is really surprising. Senior is too polite. Lin Xian smiled. Purple flames danced in the sky and formed a figure. It was a peerless woman. She had a noble aura. She smiled and said, "Old man, you have been here for too long. It's time for me to spar." Lin Xian was stunned. It seemed that after he displayed his talent, the elders were very interested in him. Not only was the 9-yang divine body strong, its flames were unparalleled. So, I am here to experience it. Endless flames appeared in the woman's hand. Then, they formed a fire phoenix and flew down. Lin Xian used all his strength to activate the 9-yang divine flames to fight against it. Another huge battle. For the next half a year, Lin Xian sparred with these elders every day. Lin Xian was thinking about how to improve on some of the areas where he was lacking. During this period of time, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. On the other side, the Long River sect was also searching for information about Lin Xian. Soon, all sorts of information about Lin Xian was gathered in their hands. This fella came from another world. Previously, he was a battle servant in the 1,000 Mountain Grotto. Later on, his strength was outstanding. He won the competition for a spouse and became the prince consort. One piece of news after another appeared in front of these elders. The great sage asked, "Is there any more valuable news?" "Yes, there is." The elders below said, "This fella is really gutsy. He fought a life and death battle with an elder of the 1,000 Mountain Grotto. On the arena, he killed the Star Elder in front of everyone. Not only that, he even killed a genius of the star race. Later on, he was taken away by Jianwuk. It was said that after Jianwuk took that lad away, another mysterious powerful being killed an elder of the star race with a single palm strike. It could be said that this lad had offended Ethereal Peak thoroughly." Chapter 45-55. When the surrounding people heard this, they gasped. Was this really the work of a young man? To be honest, even they would not dare to be so arrogant. The Misty Peak was not weaker than the Long River sect. Was there someone helping him behind the scenes? Someone frowned. Another elder said, there was still some news here, but there was no evidence. It seemed that his eye technique was related to the Rinnegan. Everyone was even more shocked when they heard this. The Rinnegan was a legendary existence. Some people wondered if it was the ancient Chinquan city. He went there too? Of course, they knew what happened in the ancient Chinquan city, but they did not have the chance to go there. They were in the Tian Shan continent. The Dark Sky Pavilion and the Long River sect were in the eastern zone of the Tian Shan continent. The Misty Peak and the other sects were in the northern zone of the Tian Shan continent. The distance between the two sides was still very far, unless they got the news in advance. Otherwise, the treasure would have disappeared by the time they got there. Forefather, should we make a move? Those people all looked forward. The great saint opened his eyes. This kid was now a member of the Dark Sky Pavilion. With the talent he had shown, the Dark Sky Pavilion would definitely protect him. It would be difficult for us to make a move. Should we join forces with the Ice Feather Palace? Someone suggested. Another elder shook his head. I'm afraid it's not a good idea. If he really has the Rinnegan, even if we get it, we'll have to fight with the Ice Feather Palace and the War King Peak. Not to mention the Rinnegan is not easy to get. If the news gets out, our Long River sect will be in danger of being annihilated. Is it that serious? Some people were surprised. Another elder said that in the ancient Chinquan city, other than the Misty Peak, there was an even more terrifying existence that came. It was said that he was at the peak of the Great Saint realm and used the Six Paths body. Then he should be the sect master of the Six Paths sect. He was the descendant of the legendary Kuin Great Saint. He was determined to get the Rinnegan. Competing with such a person would only result in certain death. So we can't take the Rinnegan. However, we can spread the news. I think the Six Paths sect will definitely send people to capture that kid. At that time, the Dark Sky Pavilion will be in trouble. Upon hearing this, the powerhouses of the Long River sect smirked coldly. Great! The Six Tao sect was stronger than them. If the Six Tao sect made a move, the mysterious Heaven Pavilion would not be able to withstand it. Soon, they sent people to contact the Six Tao sect. Six Tao sect. It was also a sect in the Tian Shan continent. It was extremely terrifying and had inherited the Kuin Great Saint's legacy. It also possessed the six-path body. His strength was terrifying. Last time in Chinquan Ancient City, it was the suzerain of the Six Paths Kuin Su Supreme Sage went there personally. His avatar was destroyed by the Rinnegan. This was unbearable for him. Therefore, he once again sent people to Chinquan Ancient City to investigate. She would not let any of those people from Tianji Town go. When the people of the Six Tao sect went to investigate, Misty Peak directly sent a message, saying that he knew the whereabouts of the Rinnegan. The people of the Six Tao sect were overjoyed and quickly asked. It turned out that it was very likely that someone called Lin Xian had obtained it. Did you see it with your own eyes? The expert from the Six Tao sect coldly asked. The people of Ethereal Peak said that they didn't see it with their own eyes, but we have strong evidence. That was because that brat possessed the Heavenly Fate divine eyes. He was a member of the Heavenly Fate clan. The chances of him obtaining the Rinnegan were much higher than the others. What? He possessed the Heavenly Fate divine eyes? The people of the Six Tao sect attached great importance to him. They quickly sent this news back. At the same time, they asked again where that brat was now. If they could capture him, it would definitely be a great merit. Their sect would definitely reward them. Unfortunately, that guy wasn't here. The people of Misty Peak said that the brat had been taken away by Jian Wuk of the Xiantian Pavilion. It seemed that he had joined the Xiantian Pavilion. The Xiantian Pavilion? The people of the Six Tao sect quickly returned. Soon, they set off for the Xiantian Pavilion again. Not long after, they received another piece of news. It was the news from the Long River sect. They said that they had discovered the existence of the Rinnegan. The person was in the Xiantian pavilion. His name was Lin Xian. The people of the Six Tao sect were greatly shocked. This time they had sent a great sage. They had to suppress him and bring him back, successfully. When this great sage came, he was very secretive. Other than the people of the Long River sect, no one else knew. He did it to prevent Lin Xian from escaping. In a mountain range, two figures flew back. They were the people of the Long River sect. Previously, the two of them were responsible for sending the news to the Six Tao sect. Now, they were preparing to return. The two of them were riding on an ice-flying sword. They were both late-stage great sage kings and were powerful. They were two elders. The two of them chatted. That brat was dead for sure. He was not qualified to have the Rinnegan. This time a great sage had come. It would definitely be difficult for him to escape. Even if the people of the Xiantian pavilion protected him, he would definitely die. The two of them sneered and sped up. At this moment, a voice came from behind them. Rinnegan? Where did you get the news? Who is it? The pupils of the two elders of the Long River sect constricted. They suddenly turned around. The two of them each took a picture. The void behind them collapsed. The void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. However, there was no one at all. What was going on? The two of them turned around and were shocked. They almost fell off the flying sword, because there's a figure standing in front of them. That person was wearing an ancient and tattered robe. His gray hair covered his face, making it hard to see his face clearly. However, his eyes were like lightning. He spoke coldly again. Do you know about the Rinnegan? D***, who are you? How dare you go against the Long River sect? The two elders began to fight. They looked at each other and then suddenly erupted. The monstrous laws turned into a giant dragon and charged forward. However, it was useless. This time they hit nothing but air. In the next moment, they saw a pair of piercingly cold eyes that kept changing. It was a pair of green eyes that controlled their souls. The two elders knelt on the ground. They were extremely submissive. The gray-haired man began to ask, and soon everything was clear. Lin Xian, the Xiantian sect. He searched the other party's soul again. Soon he saw the illusion of a young man. It was him. The gray-haired man's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with surprise. He didn't expect it to be this little guy. Interesting. His figure flickered, and he disappeared into the void. Xiantian Pavilion. Lin Xian was cultivating inside. Every day he would spar with a few elders and discuss the great Tao. His strength was steadily increasing. At this moment, he still didn't know that a crisis was coming. Chapter 45-56. Not to mention him. Even the Xiantian Pavilion didn't know because they couldn't figure it out. Not only did Lin Xian have the 9-yang divine body, but he also had the Rinnegan. On this day, a figure arrived outside the Xiantian Pavilion. It was a gray-haired man with a mysterious aura. He descended from the sky. Who are you? The guards of the Xiantian Pavilion walked out and asked coldly. The gray-haired man smiled and said, You won't know my name even if I tell you. I'm here to look for Lin Xian. He should be in your Xiantian Pavilion, right? Take me to see him. You're looking for Lin Gongzi? The guards were surprised. Lin Xian's reputation had already spread throughout the entire Xiantian Pavilion. No one didn't know. It was because of Lin Xian that the Xiantian Pavilion was able to turn defeat into victory and hold their heads high. One of the guards said, Okay, please follow me. Since he was here to look for Lin Xian, he was a guest. They respectfully invited him in. In addition, another guard went to look for Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, a friend of yours, is here to look for you. In the territory of the Zhang 6 Golden Body Elder, the guard said respectfully. Lin Xian stood up in surprise. Who is my friend? Could it be one of the friends from the true spirit world that year? He was very surprised and even a little curious. The guard said, I don't know. At this moment, he has already been brought to Elder Wuk's territory. Lin Gongzi would know when he went there. Lin Xian nodded and then looked at Elder Jingguang. Senior, I won't spar with you today. I still have something to do." Then he left. Immortal cranes danced in the sky, and spiritual herbs bloomed. This courtyard was very quiet. When Lin Xian landed, he saw a figure in front of him with his back facing him. "Who are you?" He was surprised, because he didn't know this figure. The figure turned around. "It's you." Lin Xian was really stunned. The gray-haired man also smiled. "Yes, that's right, it's me. Lin Gongzi, long time no see." Lin Xian was shocked. This person was none other than the person he had rescued from the divination pavilion. There were a total of 3 people who had come out of the divination pavilion with him. 2 of them were white-haired old men who had wanted to make a move on him, but they had left in the end. The other one was this gray-haired man. He had been silent the entire time and had even warned him to be careful. Later on, when so many great sages arrived in Qingquan City, they all left. Who would have thought that they would run into Yangqi here? "So it's you. How should I address you? Are you looking for me?" "What is it?" Lin Xian asked. "My name is Xiaomu, and I'm here to find you for something. The Qian Grand Sage's final rinnegan was given to you, right?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. "Are you kidding me? Who told you that? Could it be that you came to me because of this? I have to say you're really audacious. You dare to come here without any evidence. Aren't you afraid that Xiantian Pavilion will make a move? You don't have to be so agitated. I don't have any ideas about the rinnegan. I don't care if you took it or not. I'm just here to remind you. Your secret has already been known by others, and the Sixth Tao sect has already sent a great sage here. They should be here in a few days. They're here to capture you. I'm here to tell you this news." Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. Had the news spread? The Sixth Tao sect should be the sect that the peak great sage was in. He had the Sixth Tao body and definitely wanted the rinnegan. However, who spread the news? No one should know. Was this person trying to test him? Lin Xian didn't speak, and his expression became even more gloomy. Xiao Mu said, "I'm not testing you. I met the people of the Long River sect on the way and heard them talking about this news. I used my eye technique to collect their souls and obtain this news. The people of the Long River sect guessed that you had the rinnegan and reported it to the Sixth Tao sect. Moreover, the people of the Misty Peak also wanted to give the news to the Sixth Tao sect. So the Sixth Tao sect came. Damn it, the Misty Peak and the Long River sect." Lin Xian clenched his teeth. He said, "I said that I didn't get the rinnegan, but you didn't believe it. Since you don't believe it, the others won't believe it either. So whether I got it or not, it seems that I have to avoid this crisis. Thank you for telling me. What should you ask for?" Lin Xian asked. "Just say it. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse. I did come to find you for something. But let me make one thing clear. Although I'm interested in the rinnegan, I won't ask for it. Whether you have it or not. Even if you do, I won't do it. After all, if I get the rinnegan, I will be hunted by the Sixth Tao sect for a lifetime. I don't have the strength to fight against them. Moreover, I've been sealed in the heavens' secret pavilion for more than 5,000 years and don't have much lifespan left. I want to live a peaceful life, so you don't have to worry about me harming you. As for the conditions, you are an eye technique expert, and it seems that you can't stay here any longer. So, I want to invite you to my clan. Go to your clan?" Lin Xian frowned. "Some time ago, I went back to my clan and found that my daughter has grown up and has become an extremely terrifying eye technique expert. However, because I've disappeared for 5,000 years, I didn't recognize her. Moreover, I'm afraid that there are some people in the clan who want to harm her. So, I hope that you can help her. Is that all?" Lin Xian was surprised. Xiao Mu nodded. "That's right, that's all. You should know that I have no ill intentions towards you. Otherwise, I would have already done it in the heavens' secret pavilion." Lin Xian understood this point. Indeed, the other party had told him to be careful before, and now he came to give him such a big news. He was surprised and grateful. Lin Xian said, "As long as what you say is true, I'll leave immediately. Moreover, I can consider helping your daughter. But before that, I have to discuss with the people of the Xiantian pavilion." After that, Lin Xian went to find Jian Wu and Jian Shusan and told them to treat Xiao Mu well. As for him, he found Jian Wuk and explained the situation. Jian Wuk was shocked. Damn it, the people of the Sixth Tao sect dare to come? Moreover, it's a great sage. This is really a big matter. Then you can't stay here any longer. You have to leave quickly. Lin Xian nodded. I have the same plan. I'm preparing to go out and travel. Prepare yourself. I'll also get the Xiantian pavilion to prepare to use the teleportation array. Jian Wuk left. He ordered people to prepare the teleportation array while he went to see Lord Xiangtian. When they arrived at the mysterious cave, Jian Wuk explained the situation. Lord Xiangtian's voice rang out. "Oh, he's leaving? I originally wanted to see him after a while, but now it seems that I have to meet him in advance. Bring him here." Jian Wuk accepted the order and returned to bring Lin Xian to the entrance of the mysterious cave. Then he left. Lin Xian was also nervous. He knew that he was meeting the pavilion master of the Xiantian pavilion, Lord Xiangtian. He was the person Xia Jiao asked him to find. Xiangtian's voice rang out. "I'm still in seclusion and can't come out. Elder Xia, is he all right?" Chapter 45-57. Hearing this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. "Lord Xiangtian, I finally found you. Old Xia asked me to find you. I didn't have any clue at all. I didn't expect to meet you here." As for old Xia's situation, Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. He wasn't doing very well. His lifespan seemed to be almost up. Previously, he had been sealed, but when he fought against the world of mortals, he had used up even more of his power. Now he was probably sealed again. But even so, the situation wasn't optimistic. If he couldn't find a way to extend his lifespan, he would probably die within 100 years. Within 100 years. Xiangtian also took a deep breath. He said, "I will use the power of the Xiantian pavilion to search for those heavenly treasures. As for the final result, I'm not sure." Lin Xian clenched his fists and said, "Lord Xiangtian, don't worry. I will definitely extend old Xia's lifespan." Lin Xian's eyes were filled with determination. Xia Jiao had saved his life more than once. He would definitely repay this debt of gratitude. Sometimes it was difficult to escape the cycle of life and death. Even great emperors had to undergo reincarnation. It was difficult to live forever. Lord Xiangtian sighed. He was a great sage and was very powerful, but the higher one's cultivation level, the more they could see. He didn't continue this topic. Instead, he said, "I heard that there are already great sages from the Sixth Tao sect looking for you. There's no time to lose. You should leave first. We'll help you block them here. You can come back after things calm down." Lin Xian nodded and said, "Oh right, Lord Xiangtian, there's a person called Xiao Mu. He claims to be from the Xiao family. He should be from the I clan. He invited me. Do you think it's reliable?" "Xiao Mu from the Xiao family." Lord Xiangtian paused for a moment and said, "So it's him. He hasn't appeared for nearly 5,000 years. So he's trapped in the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. I've also heard of this person. He's a top genius in eye techniques. He's straightforward and upright. I don't think he'll harm you. So you can go with him." Lin Xian didn't have anything to prepare. His things were all in his storage ring. Since he had already seen Lord Xiangtian, he could leave. So he went back and found Xiao Mu. He said, "Senior, let's go." Jian Wuk led the two of them to the teleportation array. The teleportation array was activated and the spatial laws enveloped them. The two figures disappeared without a trace. One day later, suddenly, a huge force came down from the sky, enveloping the entire Xiantian pavilion. Endless barriers appeared in all directions, sealing the entire world. The saints in the Xiantian pavilion all looked up at the sky. What was going on? Someone wanted to attack the Xiantian pavilion? Jian Wuk walked out with a solemn expression. Luckily, they had acted quickly. They didn't expect that, after just a day, the other party would come. If he was a day late, Lin Xian might not be able to leave. Who dares to behave atrociously in my profound heaven pavilion? The Zhang's 6 golden body elder snorted coldly. The other elders all walked out and frowned. It's the aura of a great sage. Don't act rashly, Jian Wuk said in a deep voice. The others also had solemn expressions. Which side did the great sage come from? Only Jian Wuk and a few others knew about Lin Xian's matter. The other elders didn't know, so they were very puzzled. Wang, where did you come from? Why did you come to my Xiantian pavilion? The lotus ancestor walked out, lotuses blooming with each step. I am from the 6 Dao sect. Where is Lin Xian? Tell him to come out. A cold voice came from the sky. The surrounding people were shocked. The other party came to find Lin Xian. Damn it! Did they want to capture Lin Xian? They could feel the biting cold, killing intent from the other party. Why are you looking for Lin Xian? The lotus ancestor asked. The great sage of the 6 Dao sect snorted coldly. He took something that he shouldn't have. I will return it to its rightful owner. Damn it, they really came for Lin Xian. Some of the younger disciples clenched their fists. Lung Rufing's expression also changed. Lin Xian provoked a great sage. He was really in danger. Master, save him. That's right. Ancestor, we can't let Lin Xian be in danger. The other sages all spoke out. Lin Xian had made their Xiantian pavilion proud before. They had already recognized Lin Xian in their hearts. Now that someone came to find trouble with Lin Xian, they naturally didn't want. The elders also gritted their teeth. During this period of time, they had sparred with Lin Xian every day. They also recognized this young junior. This was the future. A genius with limitless possibilities could grow. They couldn't allow him to be in any danger. The lotus ancestor sneered. Something that he shouldn't have taken? What was it that he didn't know? Say it. You don't need to know more. Just tell him to come out. The great sage in the sky was very powerful. The lotus ancestor was also angry. Get it clear. This is the Xiantian pavilion, not the 6 Dao sect. It's not your turn to behave atrociously. With a cold shout, thousands of lotuses bloomed in the sky as if they wanted to suppress the 9 heavens. Do you dare to attack me? Do you want to be enemies with the 6 Dao sect? The figure in the sky also descended. It was a middle-aged man. He walked with a majestic gait. The strength of his body was very powerful. His physique was like a fiend god. The lotuses in the sky kept swaying. The surrounding people held their breath. They felt their hair stand on end. Are the 2 great sages going to fight? Don't you understand what he said? This is not the 6 Dao sect. It's not your turn to behave atrociously. With another cold shout, a young man flew up. A terrifying figure swept in all directions. His black wings covered the sky and covered the earth. Ancestor, Dark Feather. Many people cried out in surprise. This was great. Another great saint had come. After Ancestor, Dark Feather arrived, his voice was biting cold. His young face was filled with endless coldness. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Great Sage Dark Feather is very powerful. The face of the great sage in the sky sank. He said coldly, that kid has obtained the inheritance of the Rinnegan. It belongs to our 6 Dao sect. Tell him to hand it over. The Rinnegan. Countless people were shocked. You said that he has the Rinnegan? Do you have evidence? The great sage of the 6 Dao sect said, tell him to come out and the truth will be revealed. Hearing this confident voice, the surrounding people were shocked. Could it be that Lin Xian really has the inheritance of the Rinnegan? It's too inconceivable. The lotus old ancestor laughed. Unfortunately, Lin Xian is not in our Xiantian pavilion right now. How is that possible? The great sage's pupils shrank. You want to protect that kid? I already said that it's not my idea this time. It's the order of our Six Tao sect master. Anyone who dares to intercept is an enemy of our Six Tao sect. We will do whatever it takes to suppress that kid. Do you still want to stop us? The Lotus old ancestor frowned. She said, I already said that he's not in our Xiantian pavilion. You also know that he's a young top genius and needs to gain experience. So a few days ago he left here to gain experience. What, he left? The great sage of the Six Tao sect frowned. Where did he go? Chapter 4558. Grand Elder Dark Feather sneered. How would we know? We won't restrict the movements of our disciples when they go out to train. So, regardless of whether what you said is true or not, you found the wrong place to find Lin Xian. He's not here. You'd better go somewhere else to find him. How is that possible? He just came to Xiantian Pavilion not long ago, and he went out to train, and it was just a few days ago. There's no such coincidence. He must be hiding here. You let me investigate. After he finished speaking, his soul power surged out in all directions, courting death. How can you investigate our Xiantian Pavilion? Lotus old ancestor was furious. Supreme Saint Darkfeather was also furious. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're from the Six Tao sect. Believe it or not, I can make a move on you right now. The atmosphere in the sky became incomparably solemn. Those people below were also gnashing their teeth. Damn it, he's too arrogant. The Xiantian Pavilion was a top-notch sect. How could it be so easy for anyone to pry into it? If that's the case, where will their face go? The atmosphere between the two sides became more and more tense. Just at this moment, the great sage in the sky made his move. He punched out with supreme power. His physique seemed to have turned into a god, unparalleled in the world. You're courting death. Supreme Saint Dark Feather made his move. His wings were fierce and domineering as they slashed out. They were like two heavenly blades. The two collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The Lotus old ancestor was also ready to make his move. The great sage formed a seal and crushed a jade pendant. Suddenly, 6 phantoms flew out from the pendant and turned into 6 worlds. They floated around him. Terrifying power rarely appeared. The Lotus Great Sage was shocked. The lotuses in the sky shattered. The Great Sage of the Demon Region also had a solemn expression. The power of the 6 Tao. He didn't expect this Great Sage to carry the power of the 6 Tao. It was too terrifying. The people of Xiantian Pavilion were also shocked. This aura was too terrifying. Was the power of the 6 Tao sect so terrifying? The Great Sage sneered. I've said it before. You're not my opponent. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He carried the power of 6 worlds and charged over. The Lotus Great Sage was forced back. Supreme Saint Dark Feather's face was cold. He wanted to launch a strong attack. At this moment, an aura spread out from the depths of the Xiantian Pavilion. Boom! Boom! The 6 worlds were suppressed, and the great saint was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Who was it? Shock was written all over his face. Someone's aura alone was enough to injure him. The Lotus Grand Sage and the Dark Feather Grand Sage were also shocked. The pavilion master had awakened. They stood respectfully in the sky. A voice came from afar. You want to cause trouble in the Xiantian Pavilion with just you? Even Kuan Su was not qualified to do so. Supreme Sage Kuan Su was the leader of the 6 Tao sect. When the great sage heard this, his pupils constricted and he gritted his teeth. The pavilion master of the profound Heaven Pavilion, since you've already come out, why don't you come out and meet me? You have no right to see me. That voice snorted coldly. The 6 Tao sect's great sage's expression was ugly. He had heard that this person was the master of the mysterious Heaven Pavilion. His name was Xiang Tian, and his strength was incomparably mysterious. Among the great saints, that person was incomparably terrifying and even unfathomable. No one knew exactly how strong the other party was. Before he came, the sect master had already warned him to be careful of this person. However, he was disdainful. Their 6 Dao sects' overall strength surpassed the Xiantian pavilions, even if the other party was the pavilion master. So what? Moreover, he had the 6 paths power that the sect master had given him. But now he was terrified. The other party's aura alone had destroyed the 6 paths power and injured him. If he attacked again, he had no chance of winning. He gritted his teeth and said, "Although you're powerful, my 6 Dao sect is not weak. However, my 6 Dao sect is not to be trifled with. Does your mysterious heaven pavilion really want to become enemies with my 6 Dao sect? You can't represent the 6 Dao sect." Xiang Tian's voice rang out. "I already said that Lin Xian is not in the Xiantian pavilion. This is the last time. Get out of the Xiantian pavilion immediately. As for how long you want to stay outside the Xiantian pavilion, that's your business. Fine, I want to see if that kid can stay inside for the rest of his life." He snorted coldly and left the Xiantian pavilion. He sat down cross-legged outside the Xiantian pavilion. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on the world. Did he leave? The people of the Xiantian pavilion heaved a sigh of relief. Their pavilion master was too domineering. With just a few words, he had scared off such a powerful saint. In the following days, everyone regained their peace. The great saint had been guarding outside the Xiantian pavilion. On the other side, Lin Xian and Xiao Mu took the teleportation formation and left the eastern region of the Tianxian continent. In a mountain range, 2 figures appeared. They had finally left that place. Lin Xian looked into the distance and heaved a sigh of relief. "Now let's go to your family." "Okay." Xiao Mu smiled and led the way. Lin Xian took out the black earth. The 2 walked in and rested while flying. During this time, Xiao Mu introduced the situation of the Xiao family to him. The Xiao family was a huge family, and it was a soul family. They were located in Shanghai City. Shanghai City was one of the ancient cities. It had been passed down for a long time, and no one knew its exact origins. Furthermore, Shanghai City had a very special situation, which was that the families there were all experts in the soul system. This was because Shanghai City was a beast-taming city. The families there were all beast-taming families. The Xiao family was one of them. They controlled many monsters. These controlled demonic beasts were either sold to powerful martial artists or provided to the surrounding sections. Every sect needed a lot of monsters. Some were responsible for guarding the mountain gate. Some were responsible for suppressing them. Some of them became mounts. Most of these monsters came from Shanghai City. Lin Xian was very surprised. Beast-taming families were related to the soul. In other words, they had seen many soul experts and even a technique experts. This surprised him, but also made him happy. This was because only by exchanging pointers with more powerful experts could his soul improve rapidly. As they flew, Lin Xian cultivated silently. 3 months later, they stopped. In front of them was a huge city. It looked like an ancient beast. It had a desolate aura and an extremely terrifying monster aura. The 2 of them walked out of the black earth and stood in the air. Lin Xian could hear the roars of the demonic beasts coming from the ship. It really shocked the world. Shanghai City. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Xiao Mu also looked at the city, his eyes shining. When he left, he was still young. Now that he was back, he didn't have much lifespan left. The world had really changed. "Let's go." He looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, and the 2 walked in. It was very lively inside. Experts, saints, and monsters could be seen everywhere. Xiao Mu was very familiar with this. He said that after 5,000 years, this place didn't seem to have changed much. Chapter 45:59. Xiao Mu pointed into the distance. There was a huge war beast castle there. There were many demonic beasts that could fight inside. It was the place where the great beast tamer clans competed with each other. On the other side, there were many delicacies. There were all kinds of beast materials such as claws, teeth, scales, and so on. He pointed in another direction and said, "Over there, they could buy some small demonic beasts and cultivate them. As for that street, one could buy a lot of information about the beasts there." The entire ancient city was closely connected to the beasts, which made Lin Xian feel very curious. As expected of the antiquity city, it was indeed powerful. Lin Xian followed Xiao Mu and toward the ancient city. He saw some young geniuses who were much weaker than the strong ones he had met. However, there were a few powerful beasts beside him that could sweep through everything. Such people could also be arrogant and overbearing. However, to be able to afford such beasts, their identities were not ordinary. Xiao Mu said, beast tamer clans were also very powerful. They were soul masters and could control beasts. It could be said that they had many means in a real battle. Some beast supernatural powers could be used by them. If they could control a great saint-level beast, it would be even more terrifying. They could sweep through everything. Lin Xian was shocked after hearing this. Controlling a great saint-level beast? How terrifying was that? Xiao Mu said, in fact, beast tamers didn't only know techniques. There were many uses of the soul. Sometimes it could be combined with sound and illusion. Of course, no matter how powerful one's soul was, it was very difficult to control a great saint-level beast. It was simply an impossible task, unless one's cultivation had reached the great saint level and was proficient in the soul. Indeed, Lin Xian nodded. At the great saint level, it was impossible to be controlled unless the difference in soul was very large. Otherwise, it was almost impossible. He asked if there was anyone in Shanghai City who could control a great saint-level beast. Xiao Mu said that only one person could control it, and that was the Lord of Shanghai Palace. The Lord of Shanghai Palace. Lin Xian was shocked. Could there really be someone who could do it? How powerful was he? He said, "Senior, please tell me in detail." Xiao Mu said, "I'm not sure either." However, there had always been legends about him. It was said that the Mountain Sea Palace Lord had long since become a great sage. Furthermore, what he cultivated was an extremely mysterious eye technique of the cosmos. Triflower green spiritual eyes. He was the only one who could control great saint-level demonic beasts. There were 2 great sage-level demonlings in the Mountain Sea Temple, and they were under Yang Qi's control. Even now they were serving as godlings. He was the god of Shanghai City, a legendary existence. Lin Xian was also shocked after hearing this. He really wanted to meet such a peerless figure. "Oh right, old Xiao," Lin Xian said that your Xiao clan has some kind of eye technique. He was also very curious about this. Xiao Mu said that our Xiao clan, as a clan of beast tamers, does not use eye techniques but sound techniques. Our Xiao clan's secret technique, illusory melody. It was extremely strong and unique in Shanghai City. Other than us, there are a few other top-tier beast tamer clans. Some of them have special ocular techniques. You'll know about this later. Then, how am I going to enter the Xiao family? Will you arrange an identity for me? Lin Xian asked. Xiao Mu shook his head. It's not convenient for me to appear now because the Xiao clan doesn't know that I'm still alive. I hope that you can enter with a new identity, and don't tell anyone about your relationship with me. As a clan of beast tamers, the Xiao clan would enter the endless mountains every once in a while to search for demonic beasts. Among them, other than some beast tamers, they also need other experts, such as saints with strong physiques. Of course, if you're a soul expert, you can also enter. Especially the Xiao clan, they welcome my technique experts very much. Lin Gongzi, your physique is strong, and you're also an eye technique expert. Therefore, you can enter with either identity. Then, Lin Xian asked, "What do you do after you enter?" Xiao Mu sighed. "Before I left, my identity was the young clan leader of the Xiao clan. In the future, I would become the clan leader of the Xiao clan. But after I left, I disappeared for 5,000 years and my position as clan leader was taken away by someone else. Therefore, my daughter's position in the clan would definitely plummet. My daughter did not disappoint me. She inherited my bloodline talent and is very strong in the path of the soul. Now, she has also grown into a powerful Saint King and become a top elder. But because of me, the clan has always been on guard against her. They even suppress her from time to time. Moreover, I have a granddaughter. Now, this granddaughter of mine is also very talented. She's the dazzling pearl of the Shao clan's younger generation. What I want you to do is enter the Shao clan and help my granddaughter, Shao Xiu. He wanted her to become the champion of the beast tamer competition. Let her become the young clan leader of the Shao clan. The position of clan leader originally belonged to our bloodline. Since it was lost in my hands, I will let my granddaughter take it back. So that's the case. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Xiao Mu said, "Young master, I know that your eye technique is strong, and my request seems to be too much. But this is also good for you. I can now teach you the Shao clan's secret technique, the Phantom Sound Song. Although it's not an eye technique, it's still a path of the soul. It's a very terrifying secret technique. You can comprehend it. Not only that, but as long as you help Xiu, you can enter the Shanhai Palace. The Mountain Sea Palace is a holy land for souls. There are tens of millions of soul cultivation techniques there. Although your eye bloodline technique is at the peak, it's still not enough. Although your eye technique is top-notch, you can still use other people's knowledge. I think that these soul cultivation techniques won't be bad for Lin Gongzi." Speaking up to this point, Xiaomu paused for a moment. Then he took out a box from his storage ring. He said, "Finally, I have something to give to Lin Gongzi. I hope that Lin Gongzi won't reject it." "What is this?" Lin Xian was shocked. He received it and opened it. Then his pupils shrank. Inside was an eye sealed in ice by a god crystal. That eye had a golden pupil. It was abnormally mysterious. It was very similar to Lin Xian's Tianji god eyes. This was the eye of the Tianji clan. "Where did you get it?" Lin Xian was shocked. Xiao Mu said, "I found this eye in the secret room of the Tianji pavilion. At that time I was wild with joy. Who would have thought that I would be trapped for 5,000 years? So, I had no interest in cultivating this eye. Since young master has the Tianji god eyes, this eye is suitable for you. Many thanks." Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile. He carefully put away the Tianji god eyes. Then he said, "I'll help you fulfill your wish. Then this old man will thank you." Next, Xiaomu passed on the Phantom Sound Song to Lin Xian. Then he lived in seclusion in Shanhai City. Chapter 4560. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked towards the Shao clan. He was overjoyed because he knew that the Tianji divine eye was evolving into the Rinnegan. However, it was too difficult to evolve into the Rinnegan. Although he had obtained the Rinnegan inheritance from the Qian Grand Sage, it was still extremely difficult. Thinking about the evolution of the Nine-Yang Saint Body and the Dragon Sword Soul, he knew that the more powerful the attack, the harder it was. The more powerful it was, the harder it was to grow. With the Tianji Divine Eye, it was equivalent to giving Lin Xian a powerful soul resource. As for the other soul secret techniques, they would allow him to gain a deeper understanding of the Tao of the soul. "Shao clan, let me see how magical the Beast Tamer clan is." He walked towards the Shao clan. The Shao clan was an extremely powerful clan in Shanhai City. Hence, the Shao clan's residence was extremely majestic and took up a vast amount of land. As an ancient city, Shanhai City was extremely vast. It was like a small world. The Shao clan was located in the northern region of Shanhai City. Lin Xian flew for a long time before he arrived at the Shao clan's territory. Looking at the majestic buildings in front of him, he was amazed. As expected of a top clan, it was indeed majestic. Lin Xian walked forward. He realized that the situation around him was not right, so he stopped. As he walked towards the Shao clan, There was no one around, as no one dared to stop in front of the Shao clan. Moreover, Lin Xian felt that there were countless pairs of eyes looking at him. He squinted his eyes, and his eyes flashed. In the next moment, he turned around and revealed a look of surprise. It turned out that the plants on both sides of the street near the Shao clan were all monsters. Moreover, they were in charge of scouting. The gazes from before were from these plants. Lin Xian was surprised. As expected of a beast tamer clan, they were indeed powerful to be able to tame these plants for scouting. He ignored her and continued to walk forward with a smirk. When he arrived near the Shao clan's main gate, he stopped. He realized that there were many willow catkins floating around the Shao clan. These catkins danced in the wind and circled around. It seemed to form a defensive array. Such an array surprised Lin Xian. He didn't act rashly. He felt a shocking aura from the catkin, which seemed to be able to threaten him. Interesting. He was becoming more and more mysterious. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. He stopped and carefully perceived it. He wanted to see who exactly this Lu Su was. At this time, a few figures came from the street in the distance. They were very fast, like lightning walking over. At the same time, some voices could be heard. Fairy Yin Shu, are you satisfied with this item? This was the voice of a young man. The other young man said with a smile. That was for sure. This time, they had prepared meticulously. Fairy Yin Shu would definitely be satisfied. At this moment, a woman's voice rang out. This time it's not bad. You guys are very thoughtful. Fairy Yin Shu, you're being too courteous. We're your disciples, so it's only right that we help you. At first, the sound came from afar, but in the blink of an eye it had arrived nearby. Accompanying it was the terrifying aura of a demonic beast. At this moment, a voice rang out. There was someone up ahead. Who was it? Who dared to be in the territory of the Shao clan? This person looked very suspicious. Could it be that he was sent by another clan to investigate the situation? Take him down. There was an angry roar, followed by the roar of a demonic beast. A violent force pressed forward like a storm. Lin Xian had been observing the catkins before. What was so special about them? Suddenly, he sensed that a few people had appeared behind him. One of them was charging towards him. He turned around abruptly, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. He realized that it was a demonic wolf that was charging towards him. It had reached the realm of a sage. He snorted coldly, and a cold, murderous intent burst out from his eyes as he charged towards the demonic wolf. The demonic wolf was terrified. Its body trembled as it kept retreating. The person on the demonic wolf was also sent flying. He floated in the void, and his face turned cold. Roar! The demonic beasts beside him also let out uneasy roars. One by one, they became violent. The people on the demonic beasts were stunned. Damn it, what's going on? They all rose into the air. Who are you? How dare you disturb Fairy Yin Shu's mount? Do you want to die? Those people shouted angrily. Lin Xian turned around, and the demonic beasts were terrified. There were a few figures standing beside him. There were 5 of them. One of them was a young man, and the other was a woman in purple. She stood there with a cold expression, and her beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian. Someone from the Shao clan? Lin Xian's lips curled up. He did not care about these people. Instead, he asked, "How can I join the Shao clan?" Is this guy here to join the Shao clan? The surrounding people discussed. They all looked at Fairy Yin Shu. Her face was also cold. You want to join the Shao clan? You've disturbed my mount. Don't even think about joining the Shao clan in this lifetime. Men, throw him out. Shao Yin Shu snorted coldly and then walked forward. The surrounding youths quickly controlled the demonic beasts. A few people climbed up. 2 of them stopped and looked at Lin Xian. Little brat, are you going to scram, or do you want us to do it? Looking at Yin Shu's disappearing figure, Lin Xian's lips curled up into a cold smile. He attacked at lightning speed and attacked the 2 people. The 2 people snorted. You're courting death. One of them attacked Lin Xian. His body was very strong like a giant. The other person let out a sharp cry and attacked Lin Xian. This was a combination of physical strength and soul attack. The two of them worked together, and the power was very terrifying. However, it was a pity that they met Lin Xian. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. Whether it was physical strength or soul, everything was destroyed by him. In the next moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes, and he looked at the two people. The two people felt that they were shrouded by God, and they knelt on the ground with a bang. After talking about the Shao clan, Lin Xian started asking questions. Not long after, he got the information he wanted. With a wave of his hand, he knocked the two people unconscious. The two of them were sage kings, but they were very miserable at this moment. In the courtyard, these were the two people's identities. Lin Xian was not the only one who wanted to join the Shao clan. Countless strong people wanted to join because the Shao clan was a beast tamer family. Moreover, there were a few famous girls in the younger generation, and other people wanted to make friends with them. If they could marry one of the girls, they would have a meteoric rise. This was also the reason why these courtyards wanted to join the Shao clan. Once they joined, they would not be battle servants, nor would they be members of the Shao clan. Instead, they would be guests called courtyards. Their status was not as high as the Shao clans, but those strong people were willing to join because this was an opportunity for them to have a meteoric rise. The Shao clan was not the only one who was like this. It was the same for other top beast tamer families. This was because there had been people who had succeeded in marrying such a proud daughter of heaven. Their status had undergone an earth-shaking change in a single day. Chapter 4561. Lin Xian did not have such thoughts, but he was here to join the Shao clan. He had received news that there would be a test in 5 days. At that time, those who passed the test would be able to join the Shao clan. Such a test was extremely difficult. Normally, one would not be able to pass without the cultivation of a Saint King. Even if one was a Saint King, one would need to have a strong physique and soul. 5 days, huh? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Then he would come back in 5 days. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Shanghai City became lively because it was the day of the Shao clan's test. Once they succeeded, they would become part of the Shao clan. They would have a chance to get close to Xiao Yunshu and even have a chance to meet the legendary Xiao Xiu. The huge square of the Shao clan was filled with people. There were 2 demonic beasts in front. One of them was a majestic crane, and the other was a huge snake with a murderous aura. Its pair of green eyes were filled with terrifying power. At this moment, a Saint King walked up and charged towards the crane. The red-crowned crane's wings fluttered. His feathers turned into flying arrows, covering the sky and covering the earth as they attacked. 10,000 flying swords, 20,000, 30,000. When the 30,000 flying swords arrived, the Saint King retreated. Cracks appeared on his body, and his face turned pale. The crane retracted its wings and said coldly, he could only withstand 30,000 flying swords, which was a lower defense. Hearing this, the Saint King's face turned ugly. At his level of cultivation, he could be considered an expert in his own right. He would be respected wherever he went. But now he had become a lower existence, and he was unwilling to accept it. But there was nothing he could do. The crane in front of him was extremely terrifying. Every flying sword it shot out was terrifying. He could only withstand 30,000 flying swords, which was already his limit. But unfortunately, he did not meet the requirements of the Shao clan. The surrounding people were also discussing. This guy looked strong, but why could he only withstand 30,000 flying swords? I heard that he was an expert from the body refinement sect. No way, that would be a disgrace to his sect. His master seemed to have some connections with the Shao clan, which was why he could participate in the test. Otherwise, I don't think he even has the qualifications to participate in the test. Cold laughter could be heard from the surroundings. Among them, Some of them had already passed the test and become disciples. There were also some people who came to watch the show. The expert from the body refining sect lowered his head deeply. The surrounding voices were like sharp swords stabbing into his heart. He was too ashamed to stay here any longer. He roared at the sky, tore open the void, and fled. Okay, next one. The red-crowned crane at the front spoke again. A figure walked out, and the surrounding crowd was shocked. Within the crowd, Lin Xian stood there, his eyes flashing. Was this the so-called test? He could tell that the crane's flying sword was used to test one's physique. As for the blue-eyed snake, it was used to test souls. Only those with outstanding physiques or souls were qualified to join the sect. If that person was placed in another world, he would definitely be a top expert. However, in an ancient city like Shanghai City, he was nothing. It was actually young Master Xiaoyao. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. The figure that walked up was extremely famous. It was a man in blue robes. His face was handsome, and he held a fan in his hand, looking just like an immortal. He strolled casually, as though he had ascended to immortality, and came to the front. "I want to test my soul," Mr. Xiaoyao said indifferently. The white-crowned crane nodded its head, and the blue-eyed snake beside it let out an extremely sharp glow. A pair of eyes of the void appeared in the sky. They were jade green in color, and they were emitting a terrifying power of the soul. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. It was too horrifying. After the first jade green eye, the second and third appeared one after another. Very quickly, 7 appeared. 7 eyes of the soul enveloped Mr. Xiaoyao. Mr. Xiaoyao was able to defend against them completely. He only left when the 8th eye of the soul appeared. The surrounding people were shocked. Heavens! Mr. Xiaoyao's soul was truly strong. To think that he could defend against 7 eyes of the soul. No matter where he was, he would be a top expert in the soul. Why would he be willing to join a sect here? Don't you know that Mr. Xiaoyao is here to pursue Fairy Yinshu? So that was the case. Everyone was enlightened. Xiao Yunshu, the genius of the Xiao clan. She had a peerless beauty, top-notch talent, and an extraordinary identity. This made her the famous pearl of Shanghai City. Countless experts and geniuses chased after her. Mr. Xiaoyao was naturally no exception. This person was pretty strong. In the distance, in the pavilions that were floating in the sky, the experts of the Xiao clan stood there. They looked at the scene in the square and started discussing. Among them, some of the girls of the Xiao clan laughed. "This person is pretty good, but it's a pity that he's not here for us. Little sister Yinshu, he's here for you." Many of the girls of the Xiao clan looked at a figure in purple. It was Xiao Yunshu. Xiao Yunshu looked down and nodded her head slightly. Not bad indeed. This person could become her disciple. Below, Mr. Xiaoyao, who had successfully defended against the 7 eyes of the soul, smirked. He walked back with victory, receiving the envy of countless people. When he came to the crowd, he frowned slightly. That was because there was a person who was expressionless. He looked at that person. That person was wearing a red robe. He couldn't detect the aura on his body. It seemed like he hadn't reached the Saint King realm. Such a person dared to be expressionless in front of his victory. How despicable. But soon he ignored him. He was just an ant. Maybe he didn't know what it meant for him to block the 7 eyes of the soul. With his talent, if he wasn't chasing after Xiao Yunshu, would he need to come here? He was confident that if he was given 3 years, he would be able to chase after Xiao Yunshu. By then, he would be the master of the Xiao clan. Lin Xian looked at Mr. Xiaoyao expressionlessly. What was there to be happy about blocking the 7 eyes of the soul? He shook his head slightly. Ignoring him, Zhang Xian continued walking forward. Around them, countless people turned their heads. Was someone participating in the test? The current Mr. Xiaoyao had pushed the test to the extreme. No one could beat him. Now, after Mr. Xiaoyao, everyone would feel the pressure. For a moment, no one dared to step out. But now, someone dared to step out. He must have absolute confidence in his own strength. Which top-notch Mr. came to chase after the fairy? They all looked over, but when they saw Lin Xian, their faces were filled with shock. Who was this person? Which sect was he from? Which clan was he from? I don't know. He's unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Maybe he came because he wanted to become a disciple. That would be pointless. I reckon that this person would also end up being eliminated. Chapter 4562. Even an ant dares to step forward? Young Master Xiao Yao looked at him and sneered. Far away in the sky, the people in the pavilion also laughed when they saw this. Xiao Yunshu frowned. What's going on? It's this person? Didn't she ask someone to get rid of this guy? Why is he still alive? Moreover, he came here to take the test. Seeing Xiao Yunshu's expression, a girl beside her laughed. Does Sister Yunshu know this person? Xiao Yunshu snorted. I don't know him. Damn this guy. Just let him take the test. He won't pass anyway. What do you want to test? Below, Bai He asked. Lin Xian looked at Bai He and said, Test his physique. Test his physique? Is he also a physique cultivator? Many people were surprised. Bai He nodded. He treated those who came to take the test seriously. Next, it spread out its wings, and countless feathers once again turned into flying swords that flew towards Lin Xian. 10,000, 20,000. Young Master Xiao Yao sneered. This guy's physique is so weak. He probably can't even block 10,000 flying swords. Soon he was stunned because he found that Lin Xian had blocked 30,000 flying swords. This guy's physique is so strong. The middle-aged Heaven Duke. In the pavilion, Xiao Yunshu was also stunned. Interesting. It exceeded her expectations. Her lips curled into a sneer. She wanted to see if he could block 10,000 flying swords. She was clear about Bai He's methods. She guessed that his limit was 50,000 flying swords. But soon, the smile on her face disappeared. Below, Lin Xian had blocked 70,000 flying swords. Not only her, but the other people of Xiao clan were also surprised. The people below were even more shocked. This guy's physique is so strong, blocking 70,000 flying swords. His physique talent was not weaker than young Master Xiao Yao's soul talent. Indeed, young Master Xiao Yao had blocked 7 soul eyes, while Lin Xian had blocked 70,000 flying swords. In terms of talent, they were already evenly matched. Young Master Xiao Yao's face turned cold. Damn it, how could it be? Did I misjudge? This guy is a genius that is not weaker than me. Then why is he here? Was he also here to pursue Xiao Yunshu? All of a sudden, Mr. Xiao Yao treated Lin Xian as a strong competitor. The White Crane was equally surprised. He asked, should we continue? Lin Xian nodded and continued. The number of flying swords continued to increase and soon reached 90,000. However, Lin Xian still did not retreat. When the 100,000 flying swords disappeared, the entire scene was silent. The crowd found it hard to believe that this young man could withstand 100,000 fairies. The White Crane did not attack again because the limit of the entire test was 100,000 flying swords. There was no need to continue testing. This person's physique was extremely strong. In the sky, inside the pavilion, Xiao Yunshu was also stunned. Previously, she had looked down on this person. He was just an ant, and he even scared her demonic beast. He deserved to die, but now she changed her mind. She stood up and said in a clear voice, I want this person. His voice was transmitted down. The people in the square raised their heads and looked into the distance. They all cried out in surprise. It was Fairy Yunshu. Heavens, she actually said it herself. This person's future was limitless. Could it be that Fairy Yunshu had taken a liking to him? Many people were extremely envious as they discussed among themselves. Mr. Xiao Yao came back to his senses. His face was ashen and ugly. He gritted his teeth so hard that they broke. This damn brat, he actually stole my limelight. This scene should have belonged to him. Damn it. He stared at Lin Xian, his eyes emitting an extremely cold, murderous intent. Lin Xian looked into the distance and saw Xiao Yunshu. He was also stunned. Then he said, I refuse. What? The crowd was stunned again, as if they could not believe what they had just heard. Fairy Yunshu personally invited him, but he actually refused. This brat must be stupid. Mr. Xiao Yao almost vomited blood. What kind of joke was this? This was the scene he had dreamed of, but it was easily rejected by the other party. The people of the Xiao clan were in an uproar. Xiao Yunshu was about to go crazy. What did he say? You dare to refuse me? Do you know what you are saying? I'll give you a chance to take back what you said. She looked down from above, like a god looking down on the people below. Lin Xian said, I'm not here for you. I'm here for Xiao Shiyu. Where is she? Xiao Shiyu. The people of the Xiao clan were extremely shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Xiao Yunshu was even more stunned. Then she sneered. Who do you think you are? You want to see Xiao Shiyu? Let me tell you, you won't have the chance. The others were also in an uproar. This brat was not here for Fairy Yunshu, but for Fairy Shiyu. Unfortunately, even if he blocked 100,000 flying swords, he was not qualified to become Fairy Shiyu's disciple. Why? Lin Xian asked with a frown. But he walked up from behind and said in a deep voice, Shiyu had been cultivating in seclusion recently. More importantly, she did not need a disciple. Indeed, Xiao Shiyu did not have a disciple by her side. Perhaps she would not have one in the future. So that's the reason. Lin Xian frowned. He said, All right, I'll follow you for now. Despicable guy. Xiao Yunshu was about to faint from anger. What was she? Was she a backup? Damn it. She wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, she sneered. She must take this guy in and then slowly torture him. She would let him know the consequences of offending her. After the test, Lin Xian, young master Xiao Yao, and 3 other people became Yunshu's disciples. After Yunshu left, he brought the few of them to his residence. With the addition of the original 10 people, Xiao Yunshu now had 15 bodyguards by her side. Xiao Yunshu stood there and looked at young master Xiao Yao. She smiled and said, Xiao Yao, these people will be under your command in the future. Is that true? That's great. Fairy Yunshu was relieved. Young master Xiao Yao was stunned for a moment, then became incomparably happy. He looked at Lin Xian with a complacent look. This guy's talent was so good, but he was reckless enough to offend Xiao Yunshu. Looks like he'll be unlucky in the future. All right, get ready. We'll go hunting in 10 days. After saying that, Xiao Yunshu left. She had her own things to do. All right, now everyone listen to me. Go and get ready. This time, we must make Yunshu satisfied. Young master Xiao Yao waved his hand, looking like a leader. The others had seen young master Xiao Yao's talent and naturally knew his strength, so no one resisted. Lin Xian glanced at him, then found a mountain range and sat down cross-legged. Damn guy, don't you understand my orders? Young master Xiao Yao saw this scene and was furious. This guy dared to ignore him. Lin Xian opened his eyes and said, I came here to find Xiao Shiyu, not to listen to you. If you want to order me around, you can defeat me. Of course, if you challenge me, you'll die if you lose. After saying that, Lin Xian closed his eyes. Damn it, young master Xiao Yao was mad. He really wanted to attack. However, when he thought of his opponent's physique, he was not confident. Forget it. I'll find a chance to teach this guy a lesson. Chapter 4563. Lin Xian closed his eyes, sat on the mountain peak, and began to cultivate. A spell appeared in his mind. Song of Illusions. This was taught to him by Xiao Mu, and it was also the Xiao family's secret technique. It was a terrifying soul technique. Lin Xian was browsing and comprehending it. He came to the Xiao mansion not only to help Xiao Shiyu, but also for his own cultivation. Moreover, he had an idea. Since this was Shanghai City and everyone was a beast tamer family, why not use this opportunity to become a beast tamer? This way, even if he was alone, he could control thousands of beasts. When the time came, he could return to the Misty Peak and take revenge. One had to know that other than him, his old friends were all suppressed there, waiting to fight. Lin Xian wanted to go back and save them, but it was impossible with his own strength. If he could control thousands of beasts and kill his way back, who could stop him? Therefore, Lin Xian decided to quickly comprehend the Song of Illusions and other soul techniques to control the beasts. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Xiao Yunshu came again. She was riding a beast, looking extraordinarily majestic. Today, she was wearing a set of exquisite armor. She also wore a jade flute. She looked like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. The other families were stunned. Xiao Yunshu looked around and frowned slightly. Lin Xian didn't come? She looked at Mr. Xiao Yao and asked, "Is everyone not here yet?" Mr. Xiao Yao frowned and said, "After that guy came, he found a place to cultivate and didn't care about anything else. I'll go find him now." After saying that, she prepared to lead the others to suppress Lin Xian. A figure flew over. "I'm not too late, am I?" Xiao Yunshu saw Lin Xian and snorted coldly. "You came in time. Let's go." She waved her hand, and immediately the people around her moved with her. Xiao Yunshu's mount was extraordinary. It was a beast of heaven and earth, a jade white lion. He ran in the air, and clouds rose under his feet. He carried Xiao Yunshu and flew quickly. The surrounding sects also took out their own mounts and followed them. Even young Mr. Xiao Yao had one. Young Master Xiao Yao was sitting on a blazing godly hawk, looking extraordinarily mighty. Lin Xian was the only one who didn't. He stepped into the air and flew. The crowd originally wanted to mock Lin Xian, but they realized that Lin Xian's speed was really fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already out of sight. Damn it, they also urged their mounts to give chase. The geography of Shanghai City was really unique, with one side facing the mountains and the other side facing the sea. This time, they were going to the 100,000 mountains. There were many demon beasts there. Every beast-taming family would go there to look for demon beasts and bring them back for training. Xiao Yunshu stopped at the top of the 100,000 mountains and said coldly, "All right, I'll give you another test this time. Go down and come back before dark. Whoever brings back the most demonic beasts and the highest grade will be the winner. Whoever ranks higher will be rewarded handsomely." The eyes of those men Ting lit up as they flew down towards the mountain range swiftly. Mr. Xiao Yao was equally excited. He knew that the time of the Mountain Sea Beast Trials was very close. The Mountain Sea Beast Trials was a competition held in Shanghai City. All the beast-taming families in Shanghai City had to participate in it. These beast-taming families were very powerful, but they couldn't be compared to Shanghai Palace. Therefore, the geniuses and experts of these families wanted to join. The only way to join Shanghai Palace was through the Mountain Sea Beast Trials. As long as one could get a good result in this competition and shine brightly, one would be selected. Xiao Yunshu would naturally participate in this Mountain Sea Beast Trials. Moreover, she would choose some helpers to help him. If he was selected, he would be able to stay with Xiao Yunshu every day. This way, the chances of catching up with her would be much higher. Young Master Xiao Yao's eyes lit up. He clenched his fists. He must get this spot. Lin Xian didn't know about these things. He was thinking about how many demon beasts he had to fight. He didn't want to show his strength and talent. Therefore, he wanted to keep a low profile. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian moved quickly. He didn't care about ordinary demon beasts at all. He also ignored those saint-level beasts, because with his current strength and vision, one had to be at least Saint King level to be his opponent. Therefore, Lin Xian fought 10 Saint King level demon beasts. These demon beasts were very strong at first, When they saw a small human daring to come, they immediately roared. But with a single slap from Lin Xian, all of these demonic beasts submitted to him. That should be enough, right? Lin Xian used the chains of law to bind these demon beasts. Then he looked at the time and realized that there was still half a day before the sky turned dark. Therefore, he prepared to continue comprehending the phantom melody. On the other side, young Master Xiao Yao and the other disciples were also attacking with all their strength. Young Master Xiao Yao's eyes flashed. He was at the beginning stage of Saint King. With his strength, it wasn't a problem to control demon beasts of Saint level. However, it was more troublesome to control demon beasts of the same level. With his current strength, he could only control 3 demon beasts at most. Moreover, this was only suppression. It wasn't control. If he wanted to control a demon beast of the same level, he might not even be able to do it. If demon beasts were so easy to control, then Shanghai City would have become the #1 city in the world. After suppressing 3 Saint King level demon beasts, young Master Xiao Yao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the sky had turned dark. He smiled happily. With his results, he was definitely #1. He prepared to return. On the way back, he received a message from Xiao Yunshu. She said that she had something to do and would leave. As for the results of the competition, young Master Xiao Yao would decide it himself. Then he would report the results to her. Young Master Xiao Yao was stunned. He didn't know what made Xiao Yunshu leave. However, he didn't care. He returned first and waited. The demon beast behind him was caught by him. It was inside the demon beast bag. This was given to them by Xiao Yunshu. It could be used to store demon beasts. Not long after, those sects also came back one after another, handing over their demonic beast bags. Lin Xian had also returned and tossed a demonic beast pouch to the other party. Someone asked where Fairy Yunshu was. Young Master Xiao Yao said that she had something to do and left first. I will take care of the following matters. Your demon beast bags are already with me. When I return, I will pass them to Xiao Yunshu. Now return. Everyone returned. After young Master Xiao Yao returned, he couldn't wait to check the number of people. He found that he had suppressed the best demon beasts. He thought that the first place would definitely be his. In other words, he could participate in the mountain sea battles with Xiao Yunshu in the future. However, when he saw that there were 10 Saint King level demon beasts in Lin Xian's demon beast bag, he was stunned. Damn it, how is this possible? This guy actually got the stone. How did he do it? He was really stunned. It was 3 times more than him. Despicable guy. His eyes instantly turned red. Chapter 4564. Young Master Xiao Yao didn't know that this was because Lin Xian wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to show too much of his strength. That was why he suppressed 10 beasts. Otherwise, the number would probably scare the other party to death. After all, compared to Lin Xian's current strength, even the top existences in the middle stage of the Holy King realm didn't know about his opponents. Perhaps only the late stage of the Holy King realm could give him pressure. Therefore, these early stage Holy King realm beasts really weren't a challenge. To young Master Xiao Yao, it was different. Young Master Xiao Yao's eyes were red. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. He made a decision in his heart. He decided to exchange with Lin Xian. Originally, Lin Xian's name was written on the beast bag. He used his soul to erase it and wrote his own name. Then he walked towards Fairy Yunshu's palace. Then he took the beast bag. Xiao Yunshu was a little depressed when she returned. Previously, she was waiting above the 100,000 mountains. About 2 hours later, she noticed that there were some strange movements. So she went to search. She saw a small beast. Although it was weak, its bloodline was very powerful. It made her happy. She was prepared to search for it. She flew all the way, but in the end this little guy escaped. She returned without any success and was full of anger. She casually looked at the beast bags. The number of beasts inside couldn't be said to be bad, but it wasn't enough to satisfy her. However, when she saw a beast bag, her eyes suddenly lit up. She carefully found that there were actually 10 beasts inside, and they were all at the early stage of the Holy King realm. To be able to suppress 10 such beasts in a day, one could imagine how strong they were. After all, the 100,000 mountains was very big, and these Holy King realm beasts were all experts. They would have their own territories. It was already very difficult to find them in a day, not to mention suppressing them. It would be normal if they were given more time, but to do it in a day, it really surprised her. She looked at the name on the beast bag and found that it was young Master Xiao Yao's. She immediately looked forward. "Did you bring this?" Young Master Xiao Yao was extremely nervous because this was Lin Xian's. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "That's right, this is mine. I was lucky today, so I found a few more beasts and suppressed them." "Very good." The corners of Yin Shu's mouth curled up into a smile. Seemed like this young Mr. Xiao Yao was even stronger than she had imagined. With proper training, he might be able to become her helper. After all, the Mountain Sea Colosseum was about to arrive, and she was in urgent need of a helper. Then she saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian's demonic beast pouch had 3 Saint King-class demonic beasts, which were not bad. However, compared to young Master Xiao Yao, they were still lacking. Shaking his head, he ignored him. Perhaps this fellow only had a slightly stronger physique. He was probably still lacking in other aspects. Next up, she would focus her attention on this Mr. Xiao Yao. Satisfied, young Master Xiao Yao left. That's great. After that, he went back to announce the names of the sections. When Lin Xian found out that the first place was actually young Master Xiao Yao, he wasn't surprised at all. That was because he felt that he was keeping a low profile and had no intention of taking first place in the first place. However, when he saw that young Mr. Xiao Yao had suppressed 10 monstrous beasts, while he only had 3, he frowned. The situation was different. He had suppressed 10 monstrous beasts. So how did it become young Master Xiao Yao's? He looked at the other party and quickly understood that the other party had made a move in the dark. His lips curled into a cold smile. Young Master Xiao Yao naturally saw the scene as well. His face sank as he walked over. "Kid, you have offended Fairy Yin Shu previously. I hope that you can keep a low profile and not cause trouble for me. Otherwise, I will chase you out." Obviously, this was a warning. Lin Xian looked at the other party with a smile that did not seem like a smile. He did not treat the other party as an opponent at all. That was because the other party was not qualified. He said calmly, "Some things could be hidden for a while, but not forever. You don't understand this theory, but I can teach you." With that, Lin Xian turned around and left. Young Master Xiao Yao's face turned green. Damn it, the other party's tone did not sound like a person of the same generation conversing. It was as if his elder was educating him. What rights did the other party have to look down on him? He was furious. Next, Lin Xian continued to comprehend the phantom sound song. Moreover, he decided to go out and test it out personally. He left the Xiao Mansion, left Shanghai City, and came to the 100,000 mountains again. Previously, he only had a day's time, so he stayed outside the 100,000 mountains. This time, he was about to enter even deeper. The aura inside was very dangerous. There were many more beast saints than outside. Lin Xian could feel a terrifying aura permeating the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Feeling that the distance was about right, Lin Xian stopped and looked around. Suddenly, the tree under his feet stood up. The branches of the tree turned into chains and swept towards him. Lin Xian snorted coldly and slapped the chains away with his palm. He looked down from the sky and frowned. The tree that he was originally on had turned into a giant. Not only him, but the entire forest shook and turned into tree giants. These were all beasts, and it was a group of beasts. There were too many of them, and the leader was an intermediate Saint King. Other than that, there were more than a dozen beginner Saint Kings and countless Saint Venerables. These tree giants roared together, and a terrifying power swept in all directions. Lin Xian also frowned. As expected of beasts, they lived here and could attack at any time. Ordinary Saint Kings would definitely die if they came here. Even an intermediate Saint King would have a slim chance of survival here. Unfortunately, Lin Xian's strength was not something these beasts could imagine. Buzz! A tree giant charged over. It was a peach tree, and its branches were drawn into peach wood swords. They kept flickering, carrying a biting cold aura. The sword shadow passed through, surprising Lin Xian. Saint Kings of the same level were probably not a match for the other party. Boom! Flames bloomed on his body. The 9-yang divine fire quickly rushed out. These were all wood-type beasts and were very afraid of flames. As expected, as soon as the flames appeared, the surrounding thousands of tree giants quickly retreated and defended. The tree giants roared at the sky and waved their hands, bringing about an endless storm that swept in all directions. They defended. The 9-yang divine fire pierced through everything and directly enveloped them. The tree giant roared angrily. Half of its body was ignited, and its body cracked open as it quickly retreated. The other tree demons also retreated. He was too strong. This human was stronger than they had imagined. Although they outnumbered him by 1,000 times, they could not defeat him at all. This flame was fatal to them. These tree giants quickly fled. Want to leave? Lin Xian sneered and flew up. He used the illusory sound song. The illusory sound song required the cooperation of a powerful saint artifact. For example, Xiao Yunshu's jade flute was a powerful saint artifact. Lin Xian did not have such a saint artifact, and he did not need it. He directly let out a dragon's roar. This dragon's roar was really terrifying when used with the illusory sound song. Chapter 45-65. Thousands of tree giants were affected. There, they roared and swept in all directions. The ground cracked as if it was the end of the world. At this moment, the leader that had been ignited by the divine fire charged over again. It was an old locust tree. At this moment, its broken body had already healed. Wood-type trees had very strong vitality. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he charged over. The spear pierced through everlasting wind and cloud. The spear was like a dragon. This tree giant was extremely powerful. The attack landed on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's divine body swayed, and the void around him collapsed. In the next moment, he turned around and looked at the tree demon. The tree demon was extremely terrified. How was this possible? His full-powered attack couldn't break through the other party's physique. What kind of defense was that? He was so scared that he turned around and fled. The surrounding tree demons fled even faster. Lin Xian waved his hand and covered the sky and earth, enveloping the tree demon. In the next moment, the golden light in his eyes spun and formed a strange pattern. The tree demon's soul was attacked, and he roared crazily. He let out a roar. Damn it! He wanted to resist, but how could he be a match for the heavenly secret divine eyes? Soon he was controlled. The long spear in his hand disappeared, and he knelt on one knee on the ground. Greetings, Lord. Very good. Lin Xian smiled and said, Control the other beasts. He gave the order, and the locust tree demon walked out and roared. The thousands of beasts all stopped. Had their leader already submitted to him? These tree giants didn't run away, but stopped. Lin Xian looked at the locust tree giant and asked if there were any other powerful beasts around. The locust tree giant pointed into the distance and said, There was something even more terrifying there. The ice fire swan. In front of them was a land of ice and fire. Half of it was ice, and the other half was fire. There was a powerful beast called the ice fire swan. One side of its wings was fire, and the other side was ice. The entire territory was formed by it. At this moment, it spread its wings and flew. Monstrous flames and storms swept out, attacking the humans in front of it. In front of it was a woman in white. She looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. There was also a beast beside her that let out a roar. Both sides were resisting. The woman had a jade flute in her hand. A terrifying, heavenly sound flew out from the jade flute. The three mutated beasts raised their heads and roared. Terrifying auras swept out in all directions, clashing with the ice and fire. The ice-fire swan let out a long cry, causing the weather to change. Endless ice appeared in front of him, covering heaven and earth. Those hailstones were like mountains falling from the sky, piercing through heaven and earth. The terrifying flames turned into divine swords that swept across the area. As the three exotic beasts retreated, the white-clothed lady's expression became incomparably grave. She did not expect the ice-fire swan to be so powerful. Previously, she had received news of this place and was prepared to come over. Originally, she was well prepared, but now it seemed that she had miscalculated. The ice-fire swan must have made a breakthrough not long ago. Its strength was stronger than he had imagined. It seemed that he had to go back and make preparations. The white-clothed woman wanted to leave, but the ice and fire that filled the sky condensed into a barrier cage. The ice-fire swan sneered. "Since you've come, don't leave." Although it didn't recognize the woman in white, it knew that she was from the Beast Tamer clan from the Song of Hallucination. He had once suppressed many of his subordinates, so how could he possibly let him go? The law of ice and fire condensed and swept out in all directions. Xiao Shiyu's expression was incomparably grave. She felt a huge impact and her face turned pale. At this moment, an exotic beast beside her was frozen by ice and then burned to ashes by the flames. Not good. Xiao Shiyu quickly retreated, performing the Song of Hallucination to the extreme. While controlling the remaining two exotic beasts to resist, the terrifying heavenly sound also charged towards the ice-fire swan, trying to interfere with its soul. The ice-fire swan snorted coldly. A metal fragment flew out from its body. The metal fragment was covered with cracks, and one could vaguely see that it was a fragment of a mirror. At this moment, it was protecting its soul. All the sound was blocked by this metal fragment. Damn it, it was a sacred weapon for soul defense. Xiao Shiyu's face turned pale. The other party even had such a thing. It was not easy for me to find this, and it was for you beast tamers from hell. So today you can die. The ice-fire swan's huge body rushed over. Its pair of sharp claws were like dragons of ice and fire, shattering everything. Xiao Shiyu quickly retreated. The two exotic beasts in front of her were hit, and their bodies split open, turning into a bloody mist. Not good. At this critical moment, Xiao Shiyu once again activated the Song of Hallucination. The endless vines on her body spread out, forming armor and a shield to resist. After this attack, she flew backward, crashing into several mountains. The vines on her body also split open, turning into ashes and falling to the ground. Many cracks appeared on her body, but at least she was still alive. To be able to survive, as expected of a beast tamer family, there were so many beasts on her. But no matter how many beasts you have, you won't be able to walk out today. The ice-fire swan spread its wings and condensed the laws of heaven and earth again. This attack was definitely going to kill this human in front of it. Xiao Shiyu's eyes were filled with despair. The purple vine had already been shattered. This was an extremely strong defensive beast, and it was her trump card. Now that she could not defend against it, she was afraid that there was nothing she could defend against. No matter how many beasts she took out, she would not be able to block this ice-fire swan, because this ice-fire swan was a late-stage holy king. Go to hell. The laws of ice and fire flew over. At this critical moment, a golden figure descended from the sky and punched into the void. It was like thousands of suns blooming with light, blocking the laws of ice and fire. At the same time, a sword flew out, broke the barrier, and quickly left with Xiao Shiyu. Trying to escape, the ice-fire swan roared. How could he allow her to escape? He spread his wings and quickly chased after her. Xiao Shiyu was stunned. Was she saved by someone? Who was it? She looked to the side. It was a figure covered in golden flames, like a sun war god. It was this person who saved her. Xiao Xiu could not believe it. How strong was this physique? This person was none other than Lin Xian. Lin Xian learned from the locust tree giant that there was an even more terrifying beast ahead. He was ready to go. When he arrived, he saw a huge ice and fire barrier sweeping across the area. An ice fire swan was attacking a human woman. Lin Xian could sense that the human woman was using the Song of Hallucination, which meant that the other party was from the Xiao clan. So Lin Xian stepped in and saved her. He did not expect that the ice fire swan did not retreat, but continued to chase after them. Xiao Xiu said, "The beast behind us is very strong. We have to hurry up. Once we reach Shanghai City, we will be safe." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the ice fire swan behind them suddenly increase its speed and gather power. Its speed doubled, and it arrived above them in an instant. A pair of sharp claws slashed down. Chapter 4566. Not good. Xiao Xiu's face was pale, but Lin Xian said, "You retreat first." After saying that, he looked up at the sky and condensed his palms. He used the Tai Chi diagram to attack the sky. The huge yin and yang aura kept spinning. It collided with the opponent's ice and fire claws, for laws instantly erupted. The surrounding world kept shattering. After one attack, Lin Xian retreated with a cold expression. The ice and fire swan in the sky was also blocked. Despicable human. He stared at Lin Xian. He couldn't believe that this kid, who was only at the early stage of the Saint King, could fight against him. The laws of yin and yang, who are you? He could feel that Lin Xian wasn't from the beast-taming clan. Xiao Xiu was also stunned. This young man was so powerful. Great, they were saved. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly, "You can't keep the two of us here today. Do you still want to continue fighting? And human, you dare to question my strength?" The ice and fire swan was furious. Lin Xian sneered, "Then you can try." A lot of sword energy emerged from his body, and a sword shadow appeared in his hand. The biting cold aura could destroy the 9 heavens. The ice and fire swan felt his hair stand on end. It was a fatal crisis. He couldn't believe it. This human could threaten him. "You guys are lucky." He spread his wings and flew away, escaping from here. They were saved. Xiao Xiu heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian put away the sword energy that filled the sky, turned around, and asked, "Are you okay?" Xiao Xiu shook her head. She was injured, but it wasn't fatal. She swallowed the pill and asked, "Thank you for saving me. How should I address you?" "And how should I address you?" Lin Xian asked with a smile. "My name is Xiao Xiu, a disciple of the Xiao clan. I will definitely repay you for saving my life this time. Please follow me back to the Xiao clan. I will definitely treat you with respect." Lin Xian was surprised. "You are Xiao Xiu." He was really surprised. He wanted to find Xiao Xiu before, but he was told that she was in seclusion and didn't want to go back. So he could only stay with Xiao Yunshu for the time being. However, he did not expect to meet Xiao Xiu on this hunting trip. It was really fate. "You know me?" Xiao Xiu was stunned, and a trace of doubt appeared on her face, because she didn't know Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian smiled. He had just joined the Xiao clan recently and had become a sect. Naturally, he had heard of your name. "All right, let's go." The two of them rose into the air and returned together. After entering the Xiao mansion, Xiao Xiu left, but she remembered the name Lin Xian deeply. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was preparing to return to the mountain peak to continue comprehending and cultivating. The hunt this time had given him some insights. The Chenji divine eyes were very powerful and could control demonic beasts at the middle stage of the Saint King realm. He had just started cultivating the melody of phantasmal sound, but he had already discovered its magical effects. Currently, The heavenly secret god eyes was very effective in controlling a single demonic beast. As for the hallucinatory sound song, it was suitable for group attacks. Facing thousands of demonic beasts, Lin Xian's phantom melody was much more powerful. Of course, he could only use illusions to affect the souls of these demonic beasts. He couldn't control them instantly. Controlling thousands of Saint King realm demonic beasts in an instant was probably something that only a few people in Shanghai City could do. On the other side, Xiao Yunshu's face was cold. She had gone out again during this period of time to search for that demonic beast. However, she still couldn't find it, so she was very unhappy and wanted to find someone to vent her anger. The first thing she thought of was Lin Xian. She wanted to torture Lin Xian. However, she couldn't find him. She called Xiaoyao over and asked him. After asking the guards of the Xiao clan, she found out that this guy had gone out by himself. Damn it, as my disciple, he didn't even inform me when he went out. Xiao Yunshu gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. When he comes back, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Xiaoyao was also gritting his teeth. If he could use this opportunity to chase this guy out of the Xiao clan, it would definitely be a good thing. Therefore, he ordered the other sects to keep a close eye on that guy and inform him immediately when he returned. Finally, they saw Lin Xian return and immediately reported to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao told Xiao Yunshu. Xiao Yunshu sneered. She held a staff in her hand. Let's see how I will deal with him today. She sat on the jade white lion and quickly flew over. When she arrived near the mountain, she stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you have guts. Since you dared to sneak out, let's see how I will punish you today. As she spoke, she waved her hand and the staff fell. Boom! Several mountain peaks were instantly turned into rubble. Lin Xian frowned and grabbed the staff. His face sank. You dare to attack me? Xiao Yunshu was furious. A mere sect dares to teach me a lesson? Now you are obediently accepting your punishment. Boom! Lin Xian directly grabbed the staff and broke it. He threw it on the ground and sneered. You should know that I only came here to continue living in the Xiao clan. I won't listen to your orders. You. Xiao Yunshu was so angry that she was about to cry. The other party had actually broken her magic staff. It was a gift from her grandfather for her birthday. She used it very skillfully. At the same time, she was shocked. She knew the power of this staff. A sage king could not break it. However, the other party easily did it. What kind of power was this? Therefore, she was shocked and angry. She was so scared that she did not dare to attack, but she was also furious. Men, take him down for me. Xiao Yunshu roared. Young Master Xiaoyao took the opportunity and walked over with the other sections. More than 10 sects surrounded Lin Xian. At the same time, many strange beasts flew out, ready to attack. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. The people floating around saw this scene and also watched from afar. Cries of alarm rang out one after another. There was someone who didn't know the difference between life and death, daring to provoke Fairy Xiao Yunshu. That was for sure. Xiao Yunshu was the apple of everyone's eye. Who dared to provoke her? Xiao Yunshu's status and talent were top-notch. Coupled with the princess's temper, it could be said that no one in the Xiao clan dared to provoke her. Should they attack? Lin Xian snorted. These people together were not enough. Previously, he kept a low profile because he wanted to stay in the Xiao clan. Now that he had met Xiao Shiyu, he had other opportunities. Therefore, he did not want to stay in the Xiao clan. Thinking of this, his face darkened. He stomped his foot and more than 10 mountains below shattered. The flames on Lin Xian's body became more and more biting cold. He was about to attack. At this time, a voice came from afar. Stop! Who dares to stop me? Xiao Yunshu snorted. At the same time, she said Xiaoyao attack. Xiaoyao received the order and quickly attacked. The surrounding sects and beasts also attacked. Their power covered the sky and earth and attacked. At this time, countless purple flowers appeared in the sky. These were violets, blooming all 9 heavens. They blocked and sealed everything. Xiao Yao and the beasts were all surrounded by violets. Xiao Yunshu was stunned. Violets, could it be? It was Sister Shiyu. She turned her head and saw that a beautiful woman in white was walking over. Chapter 45:67. Sister Shiyu, you've come out of seclusion. Xiao Yunshu happily walked over. The person who came was Xiao Shiyu. After she came back, she immediately called people to inquire about Lin Xian's situation. Soon, she got the news and prepared to come over. When she came near, she saw a sky full of power and demonic beasts attacking. She knew that Lin Xian was in danger, so she immediately used violet flowers to seal everything. Sister Shiyu, don't bother. This guy is too arrogant. I have to teach him a lesson. Xiao Yunshu gritted her teeth and said. Xiao Shiyu shook her head. Sister Yunshu, give me face and stop. This is Lin Gongzi. He's my benefactor. Benefactor? Xiao Yunshu was stunned. Young Master Xiao Yao and the others were also stunned. What's going on? Xiao Shiyu waved her hand, and the violet flowers in the sky disappeared, allowing everyone to move again. She then walked forward and said, Lin Gongzi, I've let you see a joke. Sister didn't hurt you, did she? No. Lin Xian shook his head. Even if Xiao Shiyu didn't attack, these people couldn't hurt him. Heavens, what's going on? The people from the surrounding sects were all stunned. Wasn't the legendary Xiao Shiyu an ice beauty? She didn't care about anyone. Why was she so enthusiastic about Lin Xian? Even Xiao Yunshu was stunned. Was she dreaming? Sister Shiyu, you weren't deceived by this guy, were you? Xiao Yunshu didn't believe it. Xiao Shiyu said, all right, stop fooling around. Is there some misunderstanding between you and Lin Gongzi? I just happen to lack a helper. Why don't you give me Lin Gongzi? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were even more stunned. Their eyes instantly turned red. Xiao Yunshu was also a pearl genius, but compared to Xiao Shiyu, she was still a little lacking. Xiao Shiyu's identity was a true goddess, an existence that countless people looked up to. However, Xiao Shiyu didn't want to be a disciple, so no one could do anything. They didn't expect that today she would personally ask. Xiao Yunshu gnashed her teeth in anger. She fiercely glared at Lin Xian. Where did this guy get such good luck from? However, since Xiao Shiyu had spoken, it was not good for her to say anything. She could only remind her sister Shiyu that she had to be careful of what this guy was trying to say to deceive her. If he dares to have any bad thoughts, tell me, and I will personally suppress him. All right, I got it. Xiao Shiyu smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Gongzi, please. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian and Xiao Shiyu left. Then, they went to Xiao Shiyu's residence. Xiao Shiyu's mansion was even more magnificent than Xiao Transport's mansion. He could be said to be the #1 genius of the Xiao clan. After entering her mansion, Lin Xian discovered that there were demon beasts everywhere. Roar! A roar came from the front, shaking heaven and earth. There was also the sound of chains. Xiao Shiyu frowned. She quickly rushed forward. Lin Xian was also curious and looked over. He flew past the pavilions and came to the back of the mountain. Only then did he discover that there was a demon beast sealed with formations and barriers. It was a demon ape. It was very tall, and there were black flames burning on its body. Its arms danced, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Fortunately, he had the chains of law and the formations and barriers on him. Otherwise, he would have escaped long ago. This demon beast's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Saint King realm, and it was extremely violent. After Xiao Shiyu arrived, her face changed. Not good, this guy went crazy again. She quickly took out her jade flute and used the phantom sound. The terrifying sound flew forward and controlled it. The black-fire demon ape roared at the sky and let out an extremely unwilling roar to fight back. Xiao Shiyu used the phantom sound song while activating the formation. Finally, Xiao Shiyu suppressed the demon ape again. She heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian looked at this scene from behind. His eyes flickered. This black fire demon ape was very powerful, and it seemed that it was only temporarily suppressed and had not been subdued. Lin Gongzi, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. I've already caught this guy for a long time, but it's probably very difficult to subdue him. This way, please. She brought Lin Xian to a palace nearby. Lin Xian smiled and said, Since you invited me over, I'll be your assistant. Your injuries haven't healed yet, right? Why don't you recuperate? After you recuperate, I'll help you subdue this guy. Lin Gongzi, I know that you're powerful and can contend with the ice fire swan. However, suppressing a demon beast and controlling it are two different things. Indeed, suppressing it was easy, but subduing it was too difficult. The difficulty was more than 10 times. Lin Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, other than my physique being a little stronger, I also know my techniques. Maybe I can help you. Really? Xiao Shiyu was delighted. That's great. Just like that, she began her seclusion. Half a month later, she came out of seclusion. Her injuries had already healed. Lin Xian also went to observe the black fire demon ape every day. He found some flaws in the black fire demon ape. Then he had a plan in mind. When Xiao Shiyu arrived, he told her about his plan and told her about it. This black fire demon ape is extremely violent and arrogant. It will definitely not accept being suppressed. We can infinitely magnify its state. Let it go completely crazy. When it goes crazy to the extreme, its aura will definitely drop. That will be the time for you to make a move. After Lin Xian finished speaking, Xiao Shiyu also nodded. She naturally knew, but she couldn't do this alone. Fortunately, Lin Xian said, Leave the front to me, and you'll control the back. Although Xiao Shiyu knew that Lin Xian was powerful, she was still worried. After all, she was the real beast-taming genius and the #1 genius in the family. If she couldn't do it, could the other party do it? The two came to the back of the mountain again. The black fire demon ape raised its huge head. When it saw Xiao Shiyu coming again, a cold look appeared in its eyes. The next moment, it stood up again and roared at the sky. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, It's starting. Xiao Shiyu nodded and retreated, ready to wait. Lin Xian walked up. Seeing that it wasn't Xiao Shiyu, but another unfamiliar human walking up, the black fire demon ape snorted coldly and spat out flames. The terrifying flames enveloped Lin Xian. A cold smile appeared in his eyes. Such an ant could be killed by a flame, but soon it was stunned. He saw Lin Xian walking out of the flames that filled the sky. Not only that, Lin Xian walked into the formation. He punched it. With a crack, one of its arms was broken. Roar! The black fire demon ape was completely enraged and went crazy. An ant, a human, dared to hurt it. It couldn't stand it. It roared at the sky, and its voice swept in all directions. The entire sky above was shaking. The people in the Xiao clan were terrified. What happened? Even the elders' eyes lit up as they looked into the distance. It was Xiao Shiyu's residence. It seemed that she was still trying to subdue the black fire demon ape. The chances of success were not high. Chapter 4568. The black fire demon ape was extremely violent. With her current strength, it was still too much for her to handle. The elders shook their heads slightly. Although the sound was terrifying, they were not worried. With their Xiao manners array formation and chains, these beasts would not be able to escape. However, the failure this time might be a blow to Xiao Shiyu. Xiao Shiyu, who was in front, was also stunned. She knew that Lin Xian was very strong, but she did not expect Lin Xian to be so bold as to walk directly into the array formation. He even injured the black fire demon ape. The black fire demon ape's demonic aura was overwhelming. Its gaze was like a divine lamp, as if it wanted to swallow the heavens and earth. It was really like a demon god. However, Lin Xian was not afraid in front of such a huge monster. In fact, there was an extremely cold radiance in his eyes. Heavenly secret, divine eyes. He did not control it. Instead, he used an illusion to magnify the other party's violence. The black fire demon ape seemed to have fallen into a frenzy. It roared towards the sky and attacked continuously. But Lin Xian stood there, unmoved from beginning to end. This situation lasted for a month. After a month, the black fire demon ape's aura weakened. Lin Xian stepped back and said, "That's enough." Behind him, Xiao Xiu had been waiting for a long time. She rushed up instantly. She used the phantom song to control it. The musical notes jumped out and entered the other party's soul. The black fire demon ape resisted frantically. However, a month of roaring and attacking had already depleted its energy. It was no match for the soul attack at this moment. 5 days later, it crawled on the ground. It was controlled. Seeing the black fire demon ape that had surrendered, Xiao Xiu could not believe it. She had brought the black fire demon ape back 3 years ago. For the past 3 years, she had come every month to control it and try to subdue it. However, she failed every time. This made her feel hopeless. She was afraid that without a breakthrough in her strength and soul, it would be impossible to subdue it. However, she did not expect that today. 3 years later, with the help of Lin Xian, she finally succeeded. "Lin Gongzi, thank you very much." Lin Xian smiled and said, "I only helped a little. The real control is still your work." "It's all thanks to the two of us." Xiao Xiu smiled beautifully. "Greetings, Master." The black fire demonic ape's voice rang out like thunder. When the people of the Xiao clan heard this, they were all stunned. Oh my heavens, a demonic beast had been subdued, and it was a black fire demonic ape. It couldn't be, right? Wasn't that brought back by Xiao Xiu 3 years ago? It was extremely terrifying and violent. Perhaps even the elders might not be able to subdue it. This Xiao Xiu actually succeeded. Countless cries of alarm sounded. The young disciples were shaken, not daring to believe this. Xiao Yunshu was also surprised when she heard the news. Has Sister Xiu become so powerful? Although they were all pearls, it was obvious that she was lagging behind by a large margin. The elders of the Xiao clan were even more shocked. They soared into the sky and flew towards the back of the mountain. "Drizzle, did you really succeed?" When the elders saw the scene below, they were pleasantly surprised. Xiao Xiu raised her head and looked over. She then greeted, "Greetings, elders." She had indeed succeeded. Hearing this, the elders roared with laughter. "Great, this is really great. The #1 genius of the Xiao clan is indeed unparalleled." These people were very happy. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over. He had a tiger's gait and a dragon's might. He nodded slightly. "Not bad indeed. With your current cultivation, you were able to subdue the black fire demonic ape. This is really out of my expectations. It seems like you aren't far from becoming a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. Thank you for your praise, uncle. I was just lucky this time." Xiao Xiu said calmly. The middle-aged man said, "No, you are the #1 genius of the Xiao clan. You do have a chance to become a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master." Beast tamers were also divided into many levels. Xiao Xiu was a one-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. Although she was only a one-spirit beast tamer, her status was already extremely terrifying. One must know that she was a Saint Master. She was only part of the younger generation, and there were very few in the younger generation who could obtain this status. Even Xiao Yunshu didn't have this qualification. Hence, Xiao Xiu was undoubtedly the #1 genius of the Xiao clan. At this moment, the middle-aged man said, "Although that was the case, however, there were many experts and geniuses in Shanghai City. For example, Qing Qin from the Qing clan. He was the #1 genius of the Qing clan, and he was already a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. It wasn't easy to defeat him. If you can walk together with him, then you will have an incomparable advantage in the upcoming Shanghai beast fighting competition." You have to think about it carefully. Hearing these words, Xiao Shiyu's face immediately sank. The joy that she had obtained was gone. She said, coldly, the Shanghai beast fighting competition is conducted by the clan. We are not from the same clan, so how can we work together? Do you want me to be his disciple? Or do you want him to be my disciple? The middle-aged man laughed. Xiao Shiyu, you have to be more open-minded. Apart from being his disciple, are there no other possibilities? If you can marry him, then you will be a member of the Qing clan. At that time, the two of you can naturally fight together. I have said this before, don't mention it anymore. Did Uncle forget? Xiao Shiyu suddenly raised her head and shouted coldly. You are too young and don't know that I am doing this for your own good. This Qing Qin is the #1 genius of the Qing clan, and he is also the son of the head of the Qing clan. In the future, he will be able to control the entire Qing clan. He is the most dazzling genius of Shanghai City, and countless girls from the big clans want to marry him. If you can marry him, then it will be your unparalleled glory. Now that you have a chance, how can you not cherish it? When Xiao Shiyu heard this, she laughed coldly. Oh, such an unparalleled glory, and Uncle is willing to give it to me? Uncle, you have a daughter, right? Why don't you let your daughter accept this unparalleled glory? The middle-aged man's face sank. Xiao Shiyu, is this the attitude you should speak to your elders? Xiao Shiyu, are you treating me as a junior? Is there anyone who would push a junior into a fire pit? Although Qing Chen is talented, don't you know what kind of person he is? How many heavenly beauties had been harmed by him? You actually want me to marry such a person? If you aren't trying to kill me, what are you trying to do? You don't even treat me as a junior of the Xiao clan, so why should I treat you as an elder? If you want to join hands with the Qing clan, then marry your daughter over. Don't even think about me. A cold voice resounded, infuriating the middle-aged man. His face turned cold, and the surrounding people also looked awkward. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He did not expect Xiao Shiyu to have such a problem. It seemed like the Xiao clan and the Qing clan wanted to join hands. However, there had to be a marriage alliance, and this person was Xiao Shiyu. If Lin Xian did not know about it, then forget it. Now that he knew about it and had already promised Xiao Mu, he naturally would not let this matter continue. Chapter 45-69. All right, all of you shut up. It's not appropriate to make a ruckus here. An old voice could be heard. A white crane descended from the sky with an old man on its back. The old man sat cross-legged. His eyes shone with a powerful soul. This person was terrifying. Lin Xian was shocked. The people around also exclaimed, Greetings, Third Elder. Xiao Shiyu also said, Third Elder, it's not that I don't want to follow the rules, but some people are too much. The Third Elder sighed. The Green Clan's power in Shanghai City has always been stronger than the Xiao Clan. Don't forget, they are working with the 1,000 Transformations Gate. For the past 1,000 years, they have been providing beasts to the 1,000 Transformations Gate. The relationship between the two is extraordinary. Now that they have made such a request, we can only agree. If we resist, they might anger the Green Clan. If they want to take action, the Xiao Clan will not be able to resist. Xiao Shiyu said coldly, So you chose me? Have you asked for my opinion? The Third Elder sighed. He said, As a member of the Xiao Clan, you have to think for the clan sometimes. However, we will give you a chance. If you can get into the top 10 in the Mountain Sea battles, we will not force you. All right, since Third Elder said so, it's a deal. Just you wait. I will get into the top 10. Shiyu, you are too naive. Although you are the top genius of the Xiao Clan, there are many beast tamers in the Mountain Sea battles. However, there were many beast tamers participating in the Mountain Sea beast fights. Not only were there geniuses, but there were also other experts. It is basically impossible for you to get into the top 10. Uncle, you don't have to worry about me. Xiao Shiyu said coldly. I want to see how you can get into the top 10. The middle-aged man sneered and turned to leave. The Third Elder looked at Xiao Shiyu and sighed. He said, "You can bring helpers for the mountain sea battles. What kind of beast tamer do you need? I will use the clan's power to help you find one. You will be satisfied." They naturally hoped that Xiao Shiyu would shine in the mountain sea battles. That would be good for the Xiao clan. Xiao Shiyu said, "I have my own way." "Thank you, third elder, for your concern." The old man sighed again and shook his head. Then he left. Although she wanted to help Xiao Shiyu, no matter how hard she tried, it would be extremely difficult for her to get into the top 10. If it was the next time, perhaps Xiao Shiyu would have a chance. But this time it was too difficult. It was impossible. The Green Clan would not give Xiao Shiyu another chance. Those elders had all left, and the back mountain was quiet again. Xiao Shiyu's face was cold, and she was clenching her teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. Detestable! This was really too detestable. Were these people suppressing her like this? First, they suppressed her mother, and now they're suppressing her? However, she was unwilling to give up. She had to get into the top 10. That way, the Mountain Sea Palace would take a liking to her. At that time, she could join the Mountain Sea Palace. Even the Xiao clan and the Green clan didn't dare to order him around. At this moment, Lin Xian walked up and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you enter the top 10. "Thank you." Xiao Shiyu was extremely grateful. "You don't have to thank me." Lin Xian shook his head. Then he said in his heart, "If you want to thank someone, thank your father." "Lin Gongzi, I'm very grateful to you. However, it's too difficult to get into the top 10. Even I don't have much confidence." Lin Xian said, "How do you know if you don't try? Fate is in your own hands. It doesn't belong to anyone else, and it doesn't belong to heaven and earth." Xiao Shiyu's body trembled. To be honest, she didn't have much confidence. However, looking at Lin Xian's confident gaze, she felt her soul tremble. What kind of strength and confidence was this? What had this young man experienced in the past? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Shiyu also said, "All right, whether I succeed or not, I'll give my all. I won't let myself regret it." "That's right. This is the #1 genius of the Xiao clan." Lin Xian smiled. Then he asked, "All right, what's the Green clan? Is the 1,000 Transformation sect very powerful?" There are many big clans in Shanghai City. They are considered the top clans. Their strength and foundation are even stronger than our Xiao clan. As for the 1,000 Transformation sect, it's not in Shanghai City. It's a sect nearby. Its strength is extremely terrifying. For the past 1,000 years, all the beasts in the 1,000 Transformation sect were taken care of by the Green clan. Hence, the Green clan has an extraordinary position in Shanghai City. Not only the Green clan, but the other clans and sects also had connections. For example, the Xiao clan was also in charge of managing the beasts for a sect. After knowing the situation, Lin Xian nodded his head. He said, "Don't worry, I'll help you to the best of my ability." Next, the two of them started to train together. Xiao Shiyu had already decided to let Lin Xian be her helper. They would participate in the mountain sea beast battles together. A month later, Xiao Shiyu was elated. During this month, the coordination between the two of them was getting better and better. One must know that she was using the hallucination song. Normal people would have to dodge it carefully before they could coordinate with her. However, the moment Lin Xian came up, he could perfectly merge with the hallucination song, which really surprised her. Naturally, she didn't know that Lin Xian had already cultivated the hallucination song in advance, which was why he could be so relaxed. On this day, Xiao Shiyu found Lin Xian and told him her thoughts. She was prepared to go out and suppress another beast and bring it back to control it. Of course, her target should be similar to the Black Fire Demon Ape. It might even be stronger. After all, he also wanted to break through to become a two-spirit beast tamer Saint Master. This way, he would have a greater chance. Lin Xian nodded and asked, "Are we still going to the 100,000 mountains?" Xiao Shiyu said, No, I've already been targeted by the ice fire swan. The moment I enter, he will be able to sense our aura. So this time we're going to the sea. Shanghai City not only relied on the 100,000 mountains, but also the endless sea. There were even more beasts in the sea. This time it was their destination. Lin Xian and Xiao Xiu left the mansion and prepared to set off. When they came outside, they happened to see two figures. It was Xiao Yunshu and Mr. Xiao Yao. At this moment, Mr. Xiao Yao was following beside Xiao Yunshu, looking very proud. It seemed like he had also become Xiao Yunshu's assistant. Sister Xiu. Xiao Yunshu saw Xiao Xiu and ran over happily. However, when she saw Lin Xian, she was surprised. Why are you still here? In her opinion, this guy's strength shouldn't be too strong and definitely wouldn't be valued. She didn't expect him to be able to stay by Xiao Xiu's side. Naturally, young Mr. Xiao Yao caught sight of this as well. Instantly, his heart was going crazy. Xiao Xiu was an existence that even he looked up to. He didn't even dare to think about it. He didn't expect this despicable kid to stay by her side. Sister Yunshu. Xiao Xiu also walked up. Lin Xian glanced at him and directly ignored him. At the same time, Mr. Xiao Yao was also ignored by him. He didn't care about these two people. Chapter 4570. Mr. Xiao Yao gritted his teeth in anger. He did not expect Lin Gongzi to have such means. He laughed coldly. Lin Xian laughed. I have means. I think your means should be even greater than mine. Aren't you pretty good at grafting flowers onto trees? Mr. Xiao Yao's pupils shrank as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. It seemed like the other party had found out about him secretly changing the demonic beast pouch. But why didn't he expose him directly? What did he mean by that? Yunshu frowned as well. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything, because he believed that Mr. Xiao Yao's actions would be discovered very soon. Because he did not have the corresponding strength but still wanted to put gold on his face, he would probably lose badly. Sister Xiaoyu, where are you going this time? Xiao Yunshu ignored Lin Xian and asked. Xiao Xiu said that they were going to hunt some demonic beasts. Really? I have the same idea too. Why don't we go together? Xiao Yunshu was elated. With the two of us working together, we will definitely gain a lot. Sure. Xiao Xiu nodded her head. Her relationship with Yunshu was pretty good. Hence, it was not a problem for them to work together. The two of them walked in front while Lin Xian and Mr. Xiao Yao followed behind. Young Mr. Xiao Yao was extremely nervous right now. He was extremely worried right now. He did not know when Lin Xian would reveal everything that he had done. Lin Xian did not mind at all. He had never treated Xiao Yao as an opponent. This time he was looking forward to it. He was prepared to control some demonic beasts. After all, he would have to return to Ethereal Peak in the future. At that time, he would have to rely on these demonic beasts to deal with those Grotto Heavens and Ethereal Peak. Walking out of Xiao Clan, they arrived at Shanghai City and walked towards the city gate. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. A terrifying soul pressure shrouded the few of them. Xiao Yunshu and the rest stopped and frowned. Mr. Xiao Yao looked like he was facing a great enemy. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. What a strong soul power. It seemed like he was an expert. He raised his head and looked ahead. He realized that it was a blurry figure. The aura he was emitting swept across the entire area. Where did this expert come from? People of the Green Clan. Xiao Yunshu frowned. She noticed that the Taoist's eyes were incomparably mysterious, like two sharp blades. This was the Eye of Blade of the Green Clan, and to be able to cultivate to such a level, there was probably only one person in the younger generation. Qingchen thinking of this, she coldly snorted, and the soul in her body was like a vast ocean, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Xiao Xiu, who was at the side, frowned. Why did you stop us? The blurry figure at the front glanced at the group with a lightning-like gaze. His gaze then landed on Xiao Xiu. She was indeed worthy of being called the beloved daughter of the heavens. She was indeed a peerless fairy. I'm here to inform you that after the Mountain Sea Beast trials, I will marry you. During this time, you'd better stay in the clan obediently and don't go anywhere. These words carried the meaning of an order. Xiao Shiyu's expression changed as she snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Besides, do you really think this engagement can continue? I know that the Xiao clan has promised you something. As long as you can get into the top 10, you can resist. But unfortunately, with your strength, it's impossible for you to get into the top 10. So, I advise you not to put up any unnecessary resistance. Qingqin's voice was filled with confidence. To be able to follow me is an unparalleled honor for you. After speaking, he looked at Lin Xian and young Mr. Xiao Yao and said coldly, From today onwards, you're not allowed to have any other men by your side. Even if you're a battle servant, you're not allowed to. Change them all. After speaking, 2 extremely sharp beams of light shot out from his eyes, turning into 2 blades that slashed out. Young Mr. Xiao Yao could feel that his soul was about to be sliced into 2. This was the legendary Eye of Blade. That was way too scary. He retreated quickly, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. Lin Xian did not dodge at all. His eyes were filled with a cold glint. At this moment, Xiao Shiyu struck. She waved her hand, and the sky was filled with purple violets that formed a sealing barrier, sealing the blades in the sky. She then said, Don't you think that you're too arrogant? I'm arrogant because I have the right to be arrogant. This is a warning. The next time I see other men by your side, I'll kill them. I sent them to hell immediately. After speaking, he turned around and disappeared. The atmosphere turned silent for a moment. Xiao Shiyu's face was extremely solemn. She had to admit that this Qingqin was strong. His eye technique was unparalleled. Wherever his gaze passed, it could split apart everything. Xiao Yunshu, who was beside her, gritted her teeth. This fellow was too despicable. How could the family agree to such an engagement? Don't worry. No matter how the family agrees, I won't agree to it. Xiao Shiyu gritted her teeth. She then said, Let's go. This time around, we must get more beasts. After saying that, she flew forward. Young Mr. Xiao Yao sent a voice transmission. Fairy Yunshu, should I continue to follow? He was really scared now. He did not know Xiao Shiyu. This was just a coincidence. So he had to kill her. He did not dare to follow her anymore. Xiao Yunshu frowned. Why was this fella so afraid of death? He was even worse than this despicable kid beside her. She glanced at Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian was calm, she followed. Xiao Yunshu gritted her teeth and said, If you're afraid of death, then leave. From now on, you don't have to be my assistant. After speaking, Xiao Yunshu also flew into the sky. Young Mr. Xiao Yao was stunned. However, he gritted his teeth and followed. This time he would go. However, from now on, he would definitely avoid Xiao Shiyu whenever he saw her. This kind of proud daughter of heaven was not someone he could get close to. At the same time, he sneered. Lin Xian was definitely in danger. Lin Xian would be killed one day if he stayed by Xiao Shiyu's side. This way, his secret would not be discovered by anyone. The group of people flew quickly in Shanghai City. Finally, they left Shanghai City. Looking at the endless sea, they continued to fly. This sea was called the Black Sea. Its surface area was boundless, and it was even larger than a continent. Shanghai City only relied on a part of the ocean, but the monsters and beasts within were already terrifying beyond compare. No one knew how terrifying the depths of the Black Sea were. Legend had it that the monsters in the Black Sea were at the level of a great emperor. They were buried in the depths of the sea. However, the distance was too far. Not to mention them, even a great sage might not be able to fly there. When they reached the sea, Xiao Yunshu and Xiao Shiyu took out 2 demonic beasts. Xiao Yunshu took out a mouse. It had a pair of wings and was constantly flying. This was a spirit-seeking mouse. It could find powerful monsters. What Xiao Xiu took out was a black bug with red spots on it. This was also a spirit beast that could find monsters. The two of them used the phantom melody to control the two monsters. They began to search the surrounding sea. Chapter 45-71. Lin Xian and young master Xiao Yao waited silently. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance. He could not tell. Someone seemed to be coming. Young master Xiao Yao was stunned. This fella must be joking. Why didn't I sense it? Xiao Yunshu stopped in front and frowned. What is this fella up to now? However, she soon saw a figure flying over from afar. Moreover, there were quite a number of them. Buzz! 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 A total of 7 figures descended from the sky and landed on the sea. Their powerful aura suppressed the entire place. The one leading them was a late Saint King. Xiao Yunshu's face changed. Xiao Xiu frowned as well. If such experts were to go against them, it would be troublesome to deal with them. Young master Xiao Yao shouted coldly. We are from the Xiao clan. What are you guys doing? Leave now. He wanted to use the reputation of the Xiao clan to scare these people away. The man looked at young master Xiao Yao and sneered. You guys are courting death. Is the Xiao clan that powerful? As he spoke, he took out the token in his hand. This is... Young master Xiao Yao's eyes shrunk. Xiao Yunshu exclaimed. Myriad Transformation Sect. You guys are from the Myriad Transformation Sect. That's right. We are from the Myriad Transformation Sect. These 7 men are like gods and demons. Xiao Xiu took a step forward. Terrifying souls appeared around her body. There were many violets blooming around her. They covered the entire place. She asked coldly, I wonder why the fellow Taoists from the Myriad Transformation Sect are looking for us? We are here to help someone. Young Master Qingchen said that no other men are allowed around Fairy Xiu. Seems like someone is courting death. As they spoke, their eyes were filled with killing intent. Young Master Xiao Yao's face changed and was filled with fear. Damn it. He did not expect the other party to take action so quickly. His original plan was to wait until he returned this time before fleeing. However, he did not expect the other party to come knocking on his door. Lin Xian frowned. Isn't this young Master Qingchen a little too arrogant? He even wanted to get rid of them. Xiao Yunshu's face changed. Although she felt that young Master Xiao Yao was a coward, his strength and talent were not bad. Moreover, the Mountain Sea Colosseum would be arriving soon. She needed such talents. Therefore, he did not wish for the other party to die. She gritted her teeth and said, This is our Xiao clan's matter. Aren't you guys meddling too much? You're wrong. An expert from the Myriad Transformation Sect laughed. Fairy Wu, you will marry young Master Qingchen sooner or later. Young Master Qingchen has an unusual relationship with our Myriad Transformation Sect. In fact, he will soon become a member of our Myriad Transformations Gate. Therefore, this is also a matter of us Myriad Transformations. How can we not care? A cold smile appeared in the eyes of the Saint King Advanced Stage Leader. This time, young Master Qingchen had promised to give him a late Saint King demonic beast as his mount after the mission was completed. This was a huge benefit, so how could he refuse? Moreover, to him, killing 2 sects was no different from killing 2 ants. Thus he naturally agreed. You can try. Xiao Xiu snorted coldly. She took out her jade flute and performed the melody of phantom sound. Suddenly, 3 demonic beasts appeared around her. The paper vine on their bodies formed an armor for defense. At the same time, a giant demonic ape flew out and roared. It was the black fire demonic ape that she had just tamed. The black fire demonic ape roared as soon as it appeared. Its terrifying aura shocked the heavens. Many people's expressions changed. What a terrifying demonic beast! Moreover, it was a Middle Saint King. They did not expect Xiao Xiu to be so talented. Xiao Yunshu also performed the Jade White Lion and other demonic beasts. They covered the sky. This was a beast tamer. They could summon a large number of demonic beasts in battle. They had an innate advantage. As expected, the people from the Myriad Transformation sect frowned, especially the Black Fire demonic ape. It was a great threat to them. The leading expert from the Myriad Transformation sect said with a smile, "Don't worry, leave these demonic beasts to me. As for the few of you, go and kill these two people. I will bring their heads back to young Master Qingchen." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the demonic beasts in front of him were all covered by the demonic beasts. The Black Fire demonic ape fought back. However, it was a late Saint King. Its strength was terrifying and could fight against these demonic beasts. The other 4 people from the Myriad Transformation sect rushed forward and attacked Lin Xian and young Master Xiao Yao. "Retreat quickly." Young Master Xiao Yao did not say anything. He took out the blazing divine eagle and flew away. Lin Xian wanted to attack it first. However, after thinking about it, he retreated as well. It was inconvenient to show off some of his strength in front of these people. It was better to wait until there was no one around. At that time, these 4 people would know what despair was. Lin Xian's figure flashed and chased after young Master Xiao Yao. Young Master Xiao Yao's face turned green. He roared crazily, "Damn brat, can't you run in another direction?" He was mad. If they ran separately, he would at most face 2 experts from the Myriad Transformation sect. But now he had to face 4 of them. The pressure was multiplied. Lin Xian smiled. He appeared on the blazing divine eagle and said, "I'm here to help you." Young Master Xiao Yao was about to vomit blood. He could not wait to fight with the other party. However, he knew that now was not the time. He had to escape quickly. Hence, he quickly controlled the blazing divine eagle and turned into a streak of light. "Do you think you can escape?" Behind him, there were 4 people. They were extremely strong. One of them was a middle Saint King. The other 3 were early Saint Kings. The middle Saint King expert roared into the sky. His voice shook the 9 heavens as he cut off the escape route. His flaming body trembled and fell from the sky. There were already many cracks on his body. This was the difference in cultivation realms. Young Master Xiao Yao gritted his teeth. He said, "Damn it, I'm innocent. Let me go. It's this brat. He's the one who stayed by Fairy Xiao Yu's side." Young Master Xiao Yao pointed at Lin Xian and roared crazily, "Oh, is that so?" The middle Saint King expert blocked Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Since this was the case, he would make him suffer a fate worse than death. "But you? How dare you disobey the orders of young Master Qingchen? You can go to hell as well." After saying that, he waved his hand. 2 figures charged towards young Master Xiao Yao. He then looked at Lin Xian. He wanted to take action, personally. "How dare you fight with young Master Qingchen? Be a wise man in your next life." He had an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. The huge hand stretched across the sky, covering the sky and the earth. It pressed down, causing the endless void to crack. Buzz! After a single strike, the void turned into nothingness. "Ha!" The people of Myriad Transformation sect laughed. The other party was too weak. If they wanted to kill him, they could do it with a wave of their hands. When young Master Xiao Yao saw this, his eyes turned red. He should have been happy that the other party was killed. However, he was not happy at all because he was the next one to die. Chapter 4572. Boom! Just at this moment, a figure walked out from the shattered void as a cold voice boomed out. "Is this all you've got? You're so weak that you can't even break through my defense." "What?" The Saint King middle stage expert was stunned. His eyes were like lightning as he stared ahead. "You didn't die." He was too shocked. The surrounding people were also shocked that Lin Fan could dodge the attack of a Saint King middle stage expert. "Good lad, you have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." This time, you're definitely going to die. The Saint King middle stage expert attacked again. His palm was filled with boundless laws that seemed to be able to disintegrate everything. Lin Xian attacked as well. He clenched his fist and turned into a golden light that flew out to fight against the opponent's palm. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The Saint King middle stage expert's eyes were wide open. He could feel his palm shattering. Although he had the 10,000 transformations sect's secret technique that could disintegrate everything, he couldn't disintegrate the opponent's power. Not only did his entire arm shatter, but his entire body also turned into a bloody mist and burst open. One punch, and his soul was destroyed. Blood rained down from the sky. The other 10,000 transformations sect members were stunned. Their faces were filled with fear. Dead. Was he killed by a single punch? Young Master Xiao Yao was so scared that he knelt on the ground. What kind of power was this? It was too heaven-defying. The pupils of the three people shrank, and their faces turned ugly. The three of them turned and ran. This person was too terrifying. They weren't his match, even if they worked together. They should call for a Saint King late-stage expert to suppress him. The three figures flew out at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, they arrived at the horizon. However, in the next moment, their bodies were mercilessly torn apart. A sword light flashed, and the three were cut in half. Then their soul flames floated out, and their souls turned into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, the 4 saints from the 10,000 transformations sect were all dead. Only Lin Xian and the kneeling Mr. Xiao Yao were left. Young Master Xiao Yao's face was filled with fear. This person was too strong. He had offended him before, and even wanted to chase him out of the Xiao clan. Now he was afraid. He said, "Lin Gongzi, don't kill me. I'll do anything you want me to." Lin Xian Xiao Yao. Oh, she could do anything? Fine, you said it yourself. His heavenly secret divine eyes appeared in his eyes as he looked at the other party. Then you will become my puppet. Young Mr. Xiao Yao's face turned ugly. His eyes shone with a sharp radiance as he tried to defend himself. He was not willing to become a puppet. However, how could he be a match for the celestial secret divine eyes? In a flash, his eye technique was broken. The pain in his soul caused him to howl madly. After a while, his gaze calmed down. He knelt on one knee and looked respectfully at Lin Xian, paying his respects to his lord. There was already an imprint in his soul. Lin Xian looked at this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he nodded. Although he didn't like this guy, who knew when he would come in handy. That was why he had this fellow stay by Xiao Yunshu's side and assist her. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand and brought young Mr. Xiao Yao with him as he flew forward. The battle in front was still ongoing. The black fire demon ape stood tall. As it waved its fists, the entire sea split open. He was an opponent, a late-stage Saint King expert. Even if a few demonic beasts joined forces, they could only fight against him. They were already at a disadvantage. It was very dangerous. What should we do? Sister Xiao Shiyu. Xiao Yunshu's face turned ugly. She couldn't defeat the other party. Moreover, she didn't know if the other two had escaped. Xiao Shiyu was even more nervous. She didn't want anything to happen to Lin Xian. At that moment, 2 sounds of something breaking through the air could be heard from afar. They all turned their heads and were stunned. The people from Myriad Transformation Sect were also stunned. They realized that the 2 people who had escaped earlier had returned. The 2 of them were still alive. What was going on? They waited for a while and realized that their men had returned. The late-stage Saint King experts' face darkened. Where were our men? Your people have already fallen. Lin Xian smiled and said, How could it be? The people from Myriad Transformation Sect couldn't believe that 2 late-stage Saint Kings could defeat 4 of them. Impossible. Young Master Xiao Yao walked out and said, Naturally, it wasn't us. I don't need to tell you how many demonic beasts there are in the sea. there was an extremely terrifying sea demon. The four of you were unlucky to have been eaten by him. Right now, young Mr. Xiao Yao was already Lin Xian's puppet. Therefore, no matter what he said or did, he would have to listen to Lin Xian's orders. Impossible. The people from Myriad Transformation sect were shocked. How did the two of you escape? Lin Xian smiled coldly and didn't say anything. When he returned, he used his heavenly secret divine eyes to look for powerful, demonic beasts. He found a powerful one. Moreover, he attacked that demonic beast. That demonic beast was already chasing him. However, his speed was faster. So, the demonic beast was behind him. Lin Xian didn't say anything. After a while, the sea in front of them suddenly split open. The endless sea surged, and a terrifying aura filled the air. An octopus roared at the sky. It flew out. It was 10,000 meters high. It swept in all directions. This scene caused the people from Myriad Transformation sect to change their expressions. Not good. A terrifying demonic beast. And in the sea, who knew how many subordinates the other party had? If thousands of demonic beasts were summoned to attack, it would be troublesome. After all, the sea was the other party's territory. Damn it. Just you wait. The people from Myriad Transformation sect roared and turned to leave. That's great. Xiao Yunshu heaved a sigh of relief. Then Xiao Shiyu also said, "Okay, let's go." As they retreated, they used the phantasmal melody to attack. Lin Xian said, "Don't leave. Don't you want to hunt demonic beasts? Just this one will do." "What? This one?" Xiao Yunshu's expression changed. This octopus was even more terrifying than the black fire demonic ape. How could they suppress it? Xiao Shiyu said, "Okay, let's try." Then she rushed forward. She was crazy. Xiao Yunshu's face was pale. With her strength, she could only use soul attacks from afar. Lin Xian rushed over and fought with the octopus. His fist sent the octopus, which was over 10,000 meters long, flying. The octopus roared at the sky and summoned many demonic beasts to attack. A great battle broke out. With Lin Xian's help, the octopus was suppressed. Did they really do it? Xiao Yunshu didn't dare to believe it. Xiao Shi was happy. This was great. After she returned this time, she could control it. If she succeeded, she would be very close to becoming a two-soul beast tamer Saint Master. She might be able to break through before the competition. Once she broke through to become a two-soul beast tamer Saint Master, her confidence would be much higher. Xiao Shiyu, Xiao Yunshu, and the others were resting. Lin Xian said, "I'll go to other places to take a look. You guys stay here first." With that, he took the demonic beast pouch and left. He came to the Black Sea to help Xiao Shiyu. Moreover, he wanted to control some demonic beasts for himself. Chapter 45-73. Lin Xian entered the Black Sea and continued to fly. He saw many demonic beasts, but he ignored them all. He was looking for something more terrifying than the Black Sea octopus. Just then he heard a roar from below. It shook the 9 heavens. Even he was shocked. There was a terrifying being. His eyes lit up and he flew over. In the next moment, he saw a black figure appear at the bottom of the sea. Its aura was terrifying. It was the Blackwater mystical snake. Lin Xian was shocked. It was also a mutated beast. Once fully grown, it would be terrifying. It was a famous beast in the ancient times. He didn't expect to see it here. From what he saw, it should be very young. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he quickly struck out. The Blackwater mystical snake saw him too. He was only an early-stage Saint King, but he dared to attack him. A cold smile appeared in his eyes. He waved his tail. It was like a heavenly blade. Instantly, he mobilized the law of water around him and attacked. This power was really too strong. The Blackwater mystical snake wasn't a mutated beast. It was only an early-stage Saint King, but it could easily kill a mid-stage Saint King. Lin Xian slapped out. The 9 suns divine fire burned, and the seawater around him disappeared. The law of water was also resisted. He grabbed his opponent's tail. The Blackwater mystical snake roared. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. His body moved as he continuously contended against the attack. Lin Xian clenched his fists and clashed with his opponent. Every strike was like thunder in the deep sea, shattering everything around him. The beasts at the bottom of the sea all prostrated themselves in fear. After hundreds of strikes, the Blackwater mystical snake retreated. Many of his scales had fallen off, and there were cracks on his body. Damn it! His physique was so strong, but at this moment it was actually injured by the other party. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. He roared. The law of water appeared on his body and circled him. His 1,000-meter-tall body quickly shrank until he was only about 1 meter tall. Although his body had shrunk, he was still able to reach a height of 1 meter. Although he was small, his power was even more terrifying. It helped him move faster. He turned into countless shadows and charged over. He was 10 times faster than before. How terrifying! Lin Xian was also astonished. With his power, even a middle-stage Saint King's body would have long since been torn apart. However, his opponent had only been wounded, and that was all. One could well imagine how powerful the other party's body was. It was even more terrifying than a saint artifact. Now that it was charging over at such a fast speed, it was truly like a sharp sword. Lin Xian stood where he was without moving. He pushed his divine body to its limits, and at the same time his eyes kept moving. He could clearly track the snake's movements. What he wanted to do was to subdue the other party, not kill the other party, so he had to use his own methods. The Blackwater mystical serpent attacked rapidly. In a flash, millions of attacks landed on Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian kept splitting apart, making clanging noises. The dark water mystical snake stepped back and sneered. Yi Futian was dead for sure. When he discovered that he couldn't break through his opponent's attack at all, he was stunned. He was furious and attacked again. Like a black demonic sword, it charged over. However, it was caught by Lin Xian. Lin Xian's lips curled up. His golden eyes looked at the other party, piercing into the Blackwater mystical snake's soul. The Blackwater mystical snake roared. Damn this guy! He was a beast tamer. He wanted to control him. What a joke! He would never allow himself to be controlled by an ant. He let out an angry roar. The power of his bloodline was limitless. All the beasts within thousands of miles all prostrated themselves. This was the suppression of his bloodline. Above the sea, the Black Sea octopus's 10,000-meter-long body also trembled. What happened? Xiao Yunshu was shocked. Did a top-level beast appear? Xiao Shiyu also frowned. What a terrifying bloodline suppression. It must be a mutant of the world, and an extremely terrifying existence. She wondered where Lin Gongzi was. Would he be in danger? When such a beast came out, everyone would retreat. Could Lin Xian have encountered one at this moment? She even wanted to go and look for him. However, at this moment, young Master Xiaoyao said, "Don't worry. Don't worry. Lin Gongzi is fine." Xiao Shiyu and Xiao Yunshu were both startled by these words. She knew that young Master Xiaoyao had been suppressing Lin Xian before. Why was he speaking up for him now? It seemed that something must have happened between the two of them, but she didn't know what it was exactly. The Blackwater mystical snake's bloodline suppression was extremely terrifying. He wanted to use it to suppress Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Lin Xian was unmoved. The golden light in his eyes became even more terrifying. At the same time, Lin Xian also let out a dragon's roar. It shook the sky. It was even more terrifying than the bloodline suppression from before. The Blackwater mystical snake was completely stunned. His opponent's bloodline was even higher than his. The roar terrified him from the bottom of his soul. At this moment, thousands of beasts roared as if they were worshipping their king. Some of the weaker ones even cracked and turned into blood mist. The octopus on the sea almost fainted. Xiao Xiu and Xiao Yunshu were also shocked. The roar was even more terrifying than before. Could it be that two top-tier beasts were fighting? It was hard to imagine. After the dragon's roar, the Blackwater mystical snake was completely terrified. Lin Xian, on the other hand, unleashed the power of the heavenly secret divine eyes and controlled the snake. Lin Xian let go. The Blackwater mystical snake floated there. "Greetings, master." He also spoke. His voice was very young, and it was a woman's voice. "Very well, you can live in the sea for now. When I need you, I will summon you. During this time, try to recruit as many subordinates as possible." Lin Xian gave the order. The Blackwater mystical snake nodded and left. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He did not need the snake now, but once he left this place, when he returned to the misty peak, the snake would become a sharp sword for him. He did not expect a Blackwater mystical snake to be so troublesome. Lin Xian saw that it had been a long time. He was afraid that Xiao Xiu and the others would come to find him, and the two roars just now definitely attracted their attention. Lin Xian did not recruit any more beasts. He turned and left. On the sea, Xiao Xiu was extremely nervous. It had been a long time, and Lin Gongzi was still not back. "I'm going to look for him." Xiao Xiu said. "No, there must be top-tier beasts fighting just now. It will be very dangerous for us to go there. And don't worry, that guy is a coward. I bet he won't dare to go there." Xiao Yunshu said. "Is that so? Then where should I go?" At this moment, a voice was heard. Then a figure flew out from the sea. "Lin Gongzi, you're back." Xiao Xiu was overjoyed. Xiao Yunshu was shocked. "Damn kid, you're fine." Chapter 4574. Next, the group continued to move out and captured a few more beasts before leaving. After returning, Xiao Xiu and Xiao Yunshu separated. They each went into seclusion to prepare to control these beasts. Xiao Xiu went back and prepared to control the black sea octopus with all her might. This was an even more terrifying existence than the black fire demon ape. Lin Xian said there was no hurry. "Let's adjust to the peak state first, and then prepare to make a move." Xiao Xiu nodded. She now believed in Lin Xian unconditionally. Taking a deep breath, her eyes shone with a cold light as she began to cultivate. Finally, she adjusted her body to the peak state. She stood up and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "It's the same as before. I'll help you." Xiao Xiu nodded. "Thank you. Recently, I've also made a breakthrough in the phantom sound. I'll definitely succeed this time." The two of them began to make a move. On the other side, Xiao Yunshu also went into seclusion after returning. She was also extremely nervous. This time, she was going to try to control a beast. This was an electric eel. It was very terrifying. Although it was only 2 meters long, it was surrounded by lightning that could pierce through the 9 heavens. Moreover, this was an existence that had reached the middle stage of the Saint King realm. Although it had just reached that stage, its aura was incomparably terrifying. Xiao Yunshu's eyes shone with a cold light. This time she must succeed. This way, she could become a one-soul beast tamer saint. This was an identity that she dreamed of. "Xiao Yao, please help me with all your strength," Xiao Yunshu said in a deep voice. She knew that these sects of his were all here to pursue her, especially this young master Xiao Yao. Previously, he was all kinds of solicitous and caring for her. Although she hated it, she had to rely on his strength, especially this time. Young Master Xiao Yao nodded and said respectfully, "Fairy Yunshu, don't worry. I will help you with all my strength." After saying that, he stood there and began to make preparations. Xiao Yunshu was surprised. That's not right. He's completely different from the previous young Master Xiao Yao. This made her puzzled. She remembered that ever since young Master Xiao Yao was chased back, he had changed. He was completely different from before. This made her very puzzled. What happened before? This guy came back with Lin Xian. Could it be that something happened in between? When she thought of Lin Xian, Xiao Yunshu clenched her teeth. That damned bastard, he was so strong. If he could help her, then she would have died. She would definitely be able to become a one-soul beast-controlling sacred expert. However, it was a pity that this fellow completely ignored her, which made her feel a sense of defeat. No, I have to calm down. Xiao Yunshu, calm down. One day later, she was ready to make her move. Endless great Tao surged from the electric eel in front. Terrifying lightning surrounded the 9 heavens. Xiao Yunshu's face paled as she used the phantasmal melody to defend herself. At the same time, beside her, the jade white lion also roared towards the sky, releasing a large amount of clouds and mist to resist. Mr. Xiao Yao was assisting from the side. On the first day, Xiao Yunshu couldn't hold on any longer because the power of the lightning was too frightening. However, she gritted her teeth. She was unwilling to give up, so she performed the phantom sound song with all her might. On the second day, her hallucinatory melody had a breakthrough and reached a deeper level. This greatly increased her strength. Finally, she succeeded in subduing the electric eel. The 2-meter-long electric eel flew over and circled around her arm. Endless lightning enveloped her. This time, it wouldn't be a threat to her. Xiao Yunshu waved her hand, and monstrous lightning pierced through the void, producing thunderous sounds that echoed throughout the sky. This scene shocked the Xiao clan. Countless people were surprised. What was going on? That was Fairy Yunshu's residence, right? Could it be that she had subdued a powerful demonic beast? A figure flew over, and those elders also flew into the sky, because they could feel that the electric eel was also very strong. Many people came to Xiao Yunshu's residence. Among them, an old man asked, "Yunshu, did you succeed?" This old man had a head of red hair and was abnormally excited. Yunshu was also happy. "Grandpa, I succeeded. I really succeeded in subduing this electric eel." "Great. With your current strength, you are already a one-soul beast-controlling sacred expert." The surrounding people were also surprised. Really? Isn't this on par with Xiao Shiyu? Because the current Xiao Shiyu was also a one-soul beast-controlling sacred expert. Another old man nodded. Yes, she is very strong. Although she is not as strong as the Blackfire demonic ape, she is not far off. Yunshu indeed had the qualifications now. Congratulations. The young disciples began to congratulate her. The elders congratulated the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man and Xiao Yunshu were very happy, especially Xiao Yunshu. He was really excited. This is great. He had broken through before the mountain and sea battle. This way, he could shine during the battle. In the sky, a middle-aged man was somewhat gloomy. Damn it, did Yunshu break through too? First, it was Xiao Shiyu and now it was Xiao Yunshu. This made him gnash his teeth. This was Xiao Shiyu's uncle. At this moment, he was not very happy. At this moment, a sky-shaking voice came from afar, shaking the 9 heavens. Everyone was surprised. Those demonic beasts also crawled on the ground, and even the electric eel on Yunshu's side. The power of lightning that filled the sky also dimmed. What happened this time? Everyone was surprised and turned their heads to look. An elder exclaimed, "That was Xiao Shiyu's residence. This voice! Could it be that she has subdued an even more powerful demonic beast?" That's right, I can feel it. The power of this demonic beast is even more terrifying than the Blackfire demon ape. Let's go and take a look. Countless elders soared into the sky. The young disciples of the Xiao clan were also stunned. No way, how long has it been? Could it be that Xiao Shiyu's strength has become stronger again? As expected of the number 1 sky pride. This is the aura of the Black Sea octopus. Xiao Yunshu could naturally sense it too. He also followed along. At the back of the mountain, the huge black sea octopus slowly shrunk until it was the size of an apple. It flew onto Xiao Shiyu's palm. This is great. I finally succeeded. Xiao Shiyu was also happy. This is great. I finally subdued it again. Of course. All of this was thanks to Lin Xian. Before she could even thank him, countless people appeared in her residence. There were young disciples and elders. Even in the palace in the distance, a woman flew over. A woman also flew over, her face filled with excitement. Shiyu, did you really succeed? That person was Shiyu's mother. When Shiyu saw her, she also flew over. Mother, I did it. This is great, this is great. The woman was extremely happy, and her face was full of tears. Ever since her father disappeared, she had been suppressed by her family. Fortunately, her talent was very high, and she finally became an elder. And now, her daughter showed that she was more talented than her. This made her really happy. Chapter 45:75. The third elder from before also came. He looked at the middle-aged woman and said with a smile, "Seventh elder, you really have a good daughter." Then he looked at Xiao Shiyu and said, "Shiyu, if you have any requests, just say it. The family will definitely satisfy you." That was great. He didn't expect Xiao Shiyu's talent to be so good. To the Xiao clan, this was simply an extremely good thing. In the sky, a middle-aged man, who was Xiao Shiyu's uncle, looked even colder. First it was Xiao Yunshu, now it's Xiao Shiyu. Damn it. Xiao Shiyu turned to look at the third elder and said, "Thank you, third elder, but I don't need anything. I feel good now." With Lin Xian's help, she really didn't need anything else. Everyone congratulated him for a while before leaving. At this time, Xiao Yunshu also walked over and said with a smile, "Sister Shiyu, congratulations." To be honest, she was still a little depressed, because she had just broken through and became a one-soul beast taming Saint Master, which brought her great joy. In her opinion, she was not inferior to Xiao Shiyu. She might even be able to surpass her in the future. But she didn't expect that just as she broke through, the other party also broke through and was still one realm ahead of her. This made her know that it would be difficult for her to catch up with this sister. However, her relationship with Xiao Shiyu had always been very good. So Xiao Shiyu broke through. She was naturally happy. "Thank you, Sister Yunshu. You have also broken through to the beast taming Saint Master. I think you will definitely shine during the mountain sea beast battles." The two of them chatted for a while. Then, Xiao Shiyu prepared to leave. Not long after, she heard Xiao Shiyu say behind her, "Lin Gongzi, thank you very much this time. I am going to give you the black fire demon ape and let it become your mount." What? Xiao Yunshu didn't continue walking. She stopped and turned her head. "Sister Shiyu, how can you give such a precious demonic beast to him? This kid didn't say anything to you again, right?" After saying that, she glared fiercely at Lin Xian. "You brat, are you up to something again?" One had to know that the black fire demon ape was a demonic beast, even more terrifying than her deep-sea electric eel. Countless people's eyes were red with envy. Now, were they going to give him a sect? Lin Xian didn't want it at first, because it wasn't of much use to him. However, when he saw Yunshu's expression, he smiled. If he said yes, then I won't stand on ceremony. Then he looked at Yunshu. "What? Do you have a problem with that?" Unfortunately, it's useless even if you have opinions. Yunshu was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. Her face was pale. Damn it, she really wanted to bite him. No, she was crazy. She felt that she would faint from anger if she stayed any longer. Xiao Yunshu quickly left. She truly did not understand why Xiao Shiyu would treat this guy so well. Seeing Yunshu leave, Lin Xian smiled and said, "You should keep the Blackfire demonic ape. I don't need it. Besides, aren't you going to participate in the mountain sea trials? It might come in handy." "How am I supposed to thank you?" Xiao Shiyu asked. She stared at Lin Xian as a strange feeling arose in her heart. "If you really want to thank me, get into the top 10 in the Mountain Sea trials. Next, the two continued to work together and cultivate. Although Xiao Xiu had broken through this time, she still felt pressured. At least, it would be very difficult for her to defeat Qing Chen, because Qing Chen was already a two-spirit, beast-tamer Saint Master. It was said that he didn't need anyone's help and could control a terrifying mid-stage Saint King beast. He could even control two beasts. His strength was unparalleled. Moreover, he would definitely have a powerful assistant to help him in the Mountain Sea trials this time. Maybe he could control 3 beasts or more. He would definitely be a strong opponent. Lin Xian's eyes flickered after hearing that. He was indeed strong, but he wasn't afraid. When the time came, he would let him know the consequences of daring to make a move on him. Another month passed, and the Mountain Sea Coliseum was already very close. On this day, the Xiao clan became extremely lively because from now on, they would select people to participate in the Mountain Sea trials. Not everyone was qualified to participate. After all, these people represented their families when they went out. If they were eliminated because they were too weak, their clans would be disgraced. Therefore, every clan would hold a test in advance and let the experts who passed the test participate. This way, the success rate would be much higher. Today was the day of the Xiao clan's test. Those who were prepared to participate moved quickly and headed to the square. It was the same for Xiao Xiu. She was ready. Today, Xiao Xiu was wearing a long red dress. It was obvious that she had dolled herself up. She came to Lin Xian, twirled around, and asked with a smile, "How was it? Was it okay?" Lin Xian was stunned. He had to admit that Xiao Xiu was indeed a peerless fairy. Soon he came back to his senses and said with a smile, "It wasn't just okay, it was quite okay." Then he said with a smile, "No wonder Qing Chen wanted to marry you. I think anyone else would have made the same decision. What about you?" Xiao Xiu asked. Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect her to ask that. "All right, I'm just kidding." Xiao Xiu blushed and changed the topic. "Are you going to wear this?" "You don't care about it at all." Lin Xian said, "It doesn't matter. I rely on my strength anyway." "You really know how to brag." Suddenly a cold snort sounded. Xiao Yunshu walked over. Today, she had dolled herself up meticulously, looking like a fairy. When she heard Lin Xian's words, she was displeased. Why did she want to beat this guy up so badly? "Yunshu, you're here." Xiao Xiu smiled. Xiao Yunshu said, "Sister Xiu, let's go." Then, the two of them walked forward. The square was bustling with noise. Today, other than those who were out on missions or in seclusion, everyone else from the Xiao clan was here. They were all gathered here. It was a huge crowd. This was a big event for the Xiao clan. Not only were the young ones here, even the elders were here. Among them were the 10 elders. They were the judges for this event. "Look, Fairy Yunshu is here. Fairy Xiu is here too," someone exclaimed. Countless disciples of the Xiao clan turned their heads to look in the direction of the voice. The next moment, their eyes widened. They were simply way too beautiful. The crowd consciously opened up a path for the 2 peerless fairies to walk through. Faced with countless envious gazes, the 2 of them were calm. These gazes had been with them since they were young. They would be with them in the future as well. When they arrived at the square, the 2 of them separated and each took a spot. Lin Xian and young Mr. Xiao Yao followed behind. Lin Xian took a step forward and stood beside Xiao Xiu, causing countless people to exclaim, "Who was this man? What rights did he have to stand beside Fairy Xiu? That's right. Where did he get the rights from?" Many people gritted their teeth. Someone asked, "Could he be Fairy Xiu's disciple?" The moment those words came out, the surrounding people were stunned. Didn't they say that Xiao Xiu didn't have a disciple? Why was he here? Let alone them. Even the elders were stunned as their gazes landed on Lin Xian. Chapter 4576. Third elder was also surprised. He looked at Lin Xian curiously. He had an impression of this person. He seemed to have seen him once before when Xiao Yu subdued the black-fire demonic ape. The other time was when she subdued the deep-sea octopus. This guy was there both times. Could it be that he had something to do with it? Was he Xiao Yu's assistant? The others were also surprised. Eldest uncle walked up and sneered. Xiao Yu, don't tell me that this is the assistant you found. Yes, that's right. Lin Gongzi is my assistant. He will participate in the mountain sea trials with me. Xiao, Yu said loudly. As soon as she said that, the surrounding people were stunned. What? Is that really the case? How could this guy be so lucky? That's right. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? Oh, I remember now. It's that guy. He blocked 100,000 flying swords during the test, and even said that he was here to look for Xiao Xiu. At that time, many people sneered and mocked him. They didn't expect him to really do it. So what if he blocked 100,000 flying swords? The mountain sea trials isn't child's play. Besides, he's Xiao Yu's assistant. Eldest uncle said coldly. Xiao Yu, the mountain sea trials isn't your own business. It also represents the glory of the Xiao family. I can't believe you. Get someone else. This kid isn't qualified. That's right. Kid, leave quickly. It should be me. Many people around gritted their teeth. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He looked at the middle-aged man and sneered. You're such a busybody. Are you the leader of the Xiao family? Are you a core elder? You're nothing. Do you have the right to speak here? You're courting death. Eldest uncle was furious. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Damn kid, you're just a small family. How dare you lecture me? Do you have the right to speak? If I say he does, he does. Xiao Xiu also stood up. The atmosphere between the two parties was a little tense. At this moment, the three elders said, Everyone be quiet. How improper. Eldest uncle snorted and retreated. Xiao Xiu didn't say anything. The eyes of the seventh elder, who was the middle-aged woman, flickered. Although she did not know why she would allow such an unfamiliar young man to come, she still believed in Lu Yu unconditionally. Next, the third elder said that all those who were preparing to participate in the mountain sea trials should come forward to sign up. Soon, dozens of figures walked out. There were indeed quite a number of people. One could imagine how many geniuses there were in the Xiao clan. However, it was clear that it was impossible for so many people to participate in the competition. The third elder said that those who were unable to control Saint King-level demonic beasts were to leave. As soon as these words were spoken, half of the people immediately retreated. They looked unwilling, but they really didn't have the strength to do so. There were still a dozen or so figures left. The third elder said in a clear voice, Then, let's proceed to the second test. Take the tiger demon, heavenly thunder drum. 2 Saint Kings carried a large drum and walked over. Even the void kept shaking. This was a terrifying sacred weapon. The moment it appeared, it brought with it an extremely strong soul suppression. The expressions of the surrounding people turned grave. They retreated one after another. The other elders formed seals with their palms and formed a protective array around the square, enveloping the participants. The third elder looked around and said, Next, I will activate the tiger demon sky drum. Those who can withstand 3 attacks can stay and participate in the test. Those who fail will withdraw. After saying that, he slapped his palm on the drum. A terrifying sound of thunder rang out, accompanied by the sound of a tiger's roar that swept out in all directions. This was an extremely strong soul power. Many people in the surroundings instantly felt the suppression. A few figures retreated, vomiting blood and looking pale. Lin Xian was also surprised. This drum was not ordinary. It was obviously made with the skin and bones of demonic beasts. It was extremely terrifying. Only those with extremely powerful souls would be able to withstand it. Among the dozen or so figures, Some of them could not withstand it. They were all injured and were rescued by the elders. There were still some people left. These people were all trying their best to resist. Some of them used terrifying soul powers. Some of them directly used the hallucinatory melody to resist. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His eyes shone with a golden light, forming a protective array to resist the sound. Although it was terrifying, it was not a threat to him. A second sound rang out. These people's faces turned even paler. Many of them even retreated. Another voice rang out, and immediately another figure was sent flying while coughing up blood and fainting. Then the third elder withdrew his palm and said with a smile, "Very good. You have all successfully passed. You can participate in the next Mountain Sea trials." "Great," Xiao Yunshu smiled. Xiao Shiyu's lips curled into a smile. Lin Xian looked around and found that other than the helpers, there were 5 disciples of the Xiao clan who had successfully passed. The 4 of them smiled, but one of them had an ugly expression. It was a man. At this moment, he shook his head and sighed. Although he blocked it, he fainted when he found the gate. Moreover, he was injured. How could he participate in the competition? Shaking his head, he could only give up helplessly. Without an assistant, his strength would not be able to get a good ranking. In this way, only 4 groups of people participated. Each group had an assistant to cooperate with them. Among them, other than Xiao Shiyu and Xiao Yinshu, the other 2 disciples of the Xiao clan were a woman and a man. That woman was slightly older than Xiao Shiyu, and she was extremely arrogant. Through Xiao Shiyu, he found out that this person was called Xiao Yu. Her father, Xiao Shiyu's uncle, was the middle-aged man. Lin Xian was surprised and narrowed his eyes. This Xiao Yu was also very strong. It seemed that the Xiao clan was very deep. The other people looked at the few people who passed the test and started discussing among themselves. They were incomparably envious. Many of the elders looked at Lin Xian with surprise. They did not expect Lin Xian to pass the test. It seemed that this unfamiliar man was quite strong. No wonder he could get Xiao Shiyu's approval. Her uncle's face was cold, but soon he sneered. "Let this kid participate. When the time comes, this kid will definitely die." This was because he knew that Qing Chen would marry Xiao Shiyu after the Mountain Sea Beast trials ended. Not only was Qing Chen strong and talented, but he was also arrogant and bad-tempered. Whoever he liked, he would definitely not allow other men to stand beside her. This Lin Xian guy must be in for some bad luck. Letting Qing Chen do it would save him a lot of trouble. After killing this kid and chasing Xiao Shiyu away, no one in the younger generation of the Xiao clan would be able to compete with his daughter. At that time, he would fight for more resources for his daughter. He would even help his daughter to become the young clan leader and control the entire Xiao clan. That was his final goal. At this moment, everything was going according to his plan. In front, the 3rd elder smiled. "All right, you guys go back and rest. 5 days later, you will participate in the Mountain Sea trials." Not only the Xiao clan, but the other clans were also going through the same thing. Every clan selected a group of experts to participate in the Mountain Sea trials. At the same time, Shanghai City became lively.